everyone, welcome back.
Hello.
Sorry, technical issues. Yay. Anyway, so Gilly sees that black hole is flapping. Maris, you will notice that the foot is about to step on the egg because she's freaking out so much. Neora, are you wanting to do a charm check to calm it
Yeah,
down?
yeah.
Okay.
Kind of giving Gilligan's focus on me, not reality ripping apart. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Charm of 11.
Sweet.
What else is everyone else doing?
If the egg is about to get stepped on, Maris wants to try and use her wand again to scooch the egg out of the way.
Okay.
Probably closer towards the black hole.
With air?
With air.
Okay, go ahead and brawn. Brawn of, I would say 9 if you're just trying to push it.
That is 10.
Okay, you
Are
managed to. What's that?
Which direction are you pushing the egg?
Towards the void.
Towards the void, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that egg slides out from under that Gilligaloo's foot just in time for it not to get stepped on and gets whipped up right past Calvic's face into the black void. What did you get, Neora?
I got a 9, but I'm going to throw 2 adversity tokens into making that an 11, which was
Okay. So what do you do
I
to
think.
calm this bird?
Yeah, Neil's going to come up like, hey, yeah, like don't worry about it. Just focus on me. Things are perfectly normal. Magic happens sometimes. I'm going to need you to step towards your egg with it. You'll be perfectly fine. You're going to meet my friend there. He's lovely, if not a little bit grumpy.
Okay, so then she starts to calm down and focus on your words, but she's staring at you with these big, like, kind of dumb eyes, and she's just like.
He's going
And
to put one hand on its back and it's going to slowly guide it.
Eero and Ocles, what do you want to do?
Trip the bird. Trip the bird. Trip the bird. It just stumbles in.
It seems like everything is pretty much handled. The only thing that Eero can think of to do is just like, how big is that nest?
It's pretty big. It fits like a. The gilligaloos are fairly large, like turkey-sized birds, so it's probably about the size of like a turkey.
Okay, sick. Yeah, Eero's gonna scooch that thing over towards so she goes with her nest.
Okay, so you'll gather up the sticks and flowers and things and start to shove it in the void with it.
Do you need any enrichment of any kind? Do you have any items or valuables that you would like to bring with you?
What's an enrichment? Ocles, what do you want to do?
I think before anybody started shoving anything in, Ocles would have just been like, come up to the hole and be like, all right, master, come the way, incoming, we've got some fragile goods, so be on the lookout for incoming.
We're all alive, by the way.
Yes, we're alive, here you go.
All right, the sticks start flying into the void. So, and Dior, you give a good push.
Yep, and trip the bird.
The gilligaloo falls into this void and everything tumbles into the darkness. All right, Calvic.
Yeah, I think in the process of trying to keep this open, I think he's surprised he was able to do this. I don't think he necessarily thought this would work, but he's feeling reminiscent of when he was at the Vic Fair and he was able to control what was going on a lot better. And I think he's trying, even though he doesn't have that good Syndra blood in him, I think he's trying to recapture some of that like self-stoking, not stealth stroking, self-stoking of like of himself to see if he can get some of that power, because if they are going to be meeting his grandpa by the end of this, which is what fate seems to be telling him, he feels like he needs to be ready. So he's trying to keep up some of that energy as he's holding the hole open as much as possible. He's really concentrating. So he's actually not super aware of when all of this is done. And I don't think he closes the hole immediately because he doesn't know that it needs to be closed yet. So I think he's probably holding it open and he's starting to sweat and he's starting to breathe heavily.
Okay. Yeah, and you imagine you finally let it snap closed.
Well, I don't know to. Somebody probably needs to tell me to do that because he is not. He's just trying to focus as much of himself on holding it open. And so even after it goes through and its egg goes through and the nest goes through, he's still holding it open. And people might be watching him like,
I think Maris will step up and put a hand on his shoulder and say, "We're good."
And he probably snaps his eyes open, looks around, and very quickly goes, oh, and then, okay, look out. And he probably just lets go and jumps backwards very quickly. And I
Okay.
don't know if he jumps into Maris or not, but is probably very close to doing so.
Yeah, let's say you do. And when the abyss closes, the void, the flowers and grass that had been swirling and flying float down slowly to the ground, and it is quite quiet around now. There's no more screaming.
Wow, that worked.
Ha!
Yeah.
You did it.
Wow.
And he lays back in the grass.
No, very sick,
Nope.
very sick. But the harpoon was just here, so it's still around. So great job. Let's go.
Oh, he
Yes,
probably
that's
can't
fair.
flop very well. He probably has to lay on his side. I think he probably asks for help up and then
I could
jogs
drag you if
to...
you
Yeah,
want.
no, I'll help you up.
Oh, I appreciate
strong.
that. Thank you. Ow. Okay.
As you all walk, go ahead.
Does it look relatively calm around here? Like Maris has been looking at the way this harpoon is sticking out of Cal and trying to figure out the best way to go about maybe not removing it, but like chopping it off like we talked about as we've been doing other stuff. And if it looks like we've got a bit of a reprieve, she might try, but if it doesn't, if we're feeling tense, we'll keep going.
I would say I mean, that's up to you guys, but I feel like it's pretty tense. Like you've
Okay.
seen the harpoon following you. You know it might be coming real soon.
Okay. And then she'll wait.
So you keep moving, you move across this meadow as a group, you're walking, and you start to notice the landscape change. It gets colder, and when you walk forward, you notice that there is snow and a big old mountain. Iro, you might recognize this mountain as something that you were climbing when in your dream. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so we all
Okay.
recognize it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Iro shared that dream, so we.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Time
But
to
Diora's
be
definitely not smart enough to
grandpa-in-law, I
remember.
guess.
Okay. I'm gonna travel everybody.
All right, Maris, you ready to meet the great grandpa-in-law?
Stanley, why is it described as an arena on the map name?
Don't worry about
Don't
the
worry
name.
about it.
Okay.
Don't worry about the name. But as you are climbing through this frigid mountain, do you remember, Ira, what happened in your dream?
Okay. Yes, I do. We're climbing up a mountain. We were Big Daddy Vic himself, I think, at that point, climbing up a mountain, entering into a cave, and I think beginning to get into a tussle with the werewolf, but we were also definitely had super already killed things.
Or time loop, it was us climbing into this cave right now.
I check my pockets for a piece of parchment.
There's no parchment.
But yeah, do
However-
we want to search out that cave?
As you approach the cave, you will hear the same growl that you heard before as you approach the mouth of it.
Are you gonna find Fox's granddad in there?
Possibly. And how do we explain that?
To Farkas?
Well, no, to him who we are, and to Farkas. That's not going to do anything.
We can try.
He's wounded, and we have a healer, and that's usually a pretty good. We're friends.
Let's.
Yeah, this
You
isn't a
smell like
question.
Farkas.
This is a place, and if he is here, we have to get him out.
Okay.
Maris, you smell like Farkas.
I'm gonna say, yeah, I do. I've been
You smell like the clan.
smelling like a werewolf a lot, so I guess I should go first.
Yeah, you smell like. No, he's not going to recognize Farkas, obviously, descendant, but like, you smell like him.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
All right, Maris, probably pretty nervous. You step over the brink of this cave and the cold snow whips at your back as you go in. You become suddenly sheltered, and it's still cold, but not quite as windy as you walk in. And in front of you is a very large werewolf, as you might have guessed. Partially changed, fur sprouting from face and chest, unfortunately naked.
She's kind of getting used to that. She's hung out with the werewolves enough that
Yeah, covered in filth and crusted blood, with stark white fur. And you notice at the back of the cave, he lifts up his head and he kind of gives this very soft growl. But then you see him stop and sniff the air, and he looks at you, and a bit of confusion. And now that you're in there, you notice the glint of chains. You notice his arms are hooked up like this, and there are chains wrapped around his arms and chains on his legs, chaining him to the back wall of the cave.
Oh.
Calvic.
She knows his name, right? I don't remember. I have to go through my notes, but Maris would remember.
Yes, he's from the clan Valnicanter. So I would have to look up his first name. It's been a while, but
Cal?
Sir.
Stay back. You smell like Vic.
Yeah, I'm probably the only one who can do something about this, though.
But just for now, stay back.
Are you all going in after Maris?
Yeah. Maris definitely at the front, but...
When you go in, you will notice, since Maris is kind of focused on the king, I will say that she's kind of having that interaction. Everybody else will look to the right and notice a table. And it's got several colored plates on it. It's got 5 plates on it. Top is gold, and then the second is silver. The third is brass. The fourth is like a cheap kind of metal, and the fifth is paper. And these are plates. I'm going to go through this pretty slowly so you guys can write it down. And then there are artifacts or pieces on the table itself. There is what looks to be a really gross, fleshy siren's vocal cords.
Ooh.
Ripped out. A cyclops eye in a jar. A selkie coat. A werewolf tail, which is white. And looks like to be a piece of skin. Can anyone give me maybe a brains just check of what this might belong to?
I don't think a 5 will do it.
I
No.
rolled the 4.
Would you say
I also got a
selkie?
5.
Selkie coat?
Yeah, it looks like a seal coat, but you can tell it's magical. So you kind of ascertain it's a selkie. Who got the highest?
What roll was this for?
This is to try to identify the kind of greenish, slimy looking skin.
Okay.
On the table.
I got a 5. Did anyone get above a 5?
I got a 6.
Okay. You just see this kind of slimy looking skin.
I do think, well, I don't want to, Maris is going to be talking to him, but after Maris talks to him, I think Ero's going to want to inspect that more closely, just in case.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can kind of inspect while Maris is talking. Maris.
She will get close, but not too close. Your Highness, Vanacounter,
Who are you?
My name is Maris, and I am courting the son of the Alpha of the Wagner clan.
Why are you here?
That's an excellent question. I think we are here to help you, to rescue you.
He will narrow his eyes a little bit suspiciously towards you. Maris, you are a human after all.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's from a time that doesn't particularly trust humans. or non-werewolves in general.
Right.
So he will fall silent and watch all of you.
Niora will walk up the side of Maris. Hello, Your Highness. To elaborate a little bit, we also have a similar grudge against the same Vic as you.
Can we heal you? Would you permit
I'm a pretty proficient healer. If it's okay, I can try and alleviate some of the pain.
Set me free first, and then we'll talk.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Maris will go and start looking at the chains. I think she'll try to... It seems better to release his feet first and then his hands.
When you look at the chains, Maris, you will notice that they are hooked to the wall, and that they are actually linked up along the wall down into the back of the table. And it looks like these plates might be a kind of scale system. And the chains are linked into the back of this table.
Okay.
Do we think the plates might unlock
Is this
it?
a puzzle?
Yeah, Silver is the werewolf. And if I'm
Yeah.
right about what this green thing is, I think it might be paper. I'd like to investigate.
What do you think it is?
I will specify again, the order is important too of the kind of metal of what's going on here. Gold, silver.
Yeah,
Brass.
Hero's just saying that they think that the werewolf
Okay.
thing probably goes with the silver.
Real
Because
quick.
we know that kills them.
Real quick. So gold, silver, brass, cheap metal, paper. Then we have Siren's vocal cords, Cyclops eye in a jar, Selkie coat, and then I got lost after that.
Oh,
I-
werewolf tail.
Werewolf tail. Okay, just a sec,
Yeah.
Tess. Eero, since you've been sitting there kind of examining this this skin, go ahead. Do you want to try again? Do you want to take half? What do you want to do?
Ooh, if I can take half, that would be amazing.
Because you guys are currently not in a battle, I will say yes.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I forgot that's something we could do.
Not in a
good to know.
battle, but yes, sometimes with this puzzle sort of thing. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to use an adversity token to add 2 to a brains check because I'm well read. So that'll automatically make it 12, and then I get a 13.
13.
I take half. Yeah.
Okay. As you run your hand along this piece of skin, you notice it's very slimy, it's aquatic. And you tilt your head, you examine the shade and color of it. And you recall a book that you read in the library about ancient and extinct mythical creatures. And it's weird. And it has a little bit of dappling as well, a little bit of spots. You think it might be the Loch Ness Monster's skin.
Hell yes.
Okay, sick. Okay.
Okay. What do you know? You guys are looking at this this assortment.
Okay, so I've got a theory that I'm going to test. Niora is Fae. Is the cheap metal iron?
You go to touch the
Does it burn me?
no.
Okay.
And just think about what you guys want to do with this, and as we go along, I will give a few more hints if we feel like we're lost. Calvic, think about your grandfather and what kind of person he is and why this puzzle would be amusing and entertaining.
Well, my original theory, and I don't know enough to keep going forward on this, I think, is that it's, there's a lot of different kind of metals and substances that can hurt a lot of different kind of species. We know that silver kills werewolves, right? But I don't know about anything for the rest of them.
That's why I was checking if it was iron on the plate.
Yeah.
Because that would, fucking hurt me.
A Cyclops was killed by no one, which almost makes me think that it would be cheap or be paper. But I feel like that's a literary reference, and I don't know if your grandpa was that kind of guy.
I think he whacked poetic enough. He seems a little bit up himself.
Would it maybe...
It's also...
Go ahead.
In that myth, he wasn't killed by nobody. He was wounded. He didn't die.
He was defeated by nobody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There was a Cyclops that was killed by Thor.
And there was also oh no, the Goliath had 2 eyes, huh? David didn't kill a Cyclops. I
No,
don't know that much about the Bible.
Goliath didn't. Yes, the Bible did not say that David killed the Cyclops Goliath. That would have made it cooler. Don't get me wrong. But
At
I
any
guess
time,
did so. Let me ask. I mean, with there's a million. I don't know if I want to keep coming back to this, but there's like a ton of stories in the family about what he did. That's why Calvic knows as much as he does about his grandpa. Like, are there distinctive stories about each of these? If we're right that if Arrow shares that this is the Loch Ness monster and this specific werewolf and this specific Cyclops, and like, are there stories revolving around how Grandpa Vic specifically dealt with each of these things?
yes.
Cool.
Love that.
Can I remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. Give me a brains of like 5.
That's a explosion plus an 8, 18, 19.
Woo! Okay. Calvic, you're staring at these artifacts. And it dawns on you as you look at these really gross, fleshy looking vocal cords.
Mm-hmm.
You remember your sister going on and on about how this was your great 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 grandfather's favorite dish. It was a highly prized dish. It was usually served at luxury restaurants,
Mm-hmm.
very high in price.
Okay.
And it's something that he really liked to eat. And sometimes your family will try to serve it.
Ew.
On golden plates?
On,
Cool.
well, not on golden plates.
Not
no.
on golden plates,
But
okay.
you will look, I'll give you another one since you did rolled so high. You'll notice the Cyclops eye.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something that the school carries very often, probably at all that you've seen. But it is used as an ingredient in vision enhancing potions.
Okay.
And it's kind of expensive and hard to get a hold of.
Interesting. Okay.
That's why the school doesn't often have that
Yeah.
ingredient.
Calvic will share that with everyone. So now I'm starting to wonder if it's value based.
Yeah, I
have a different theory.
I think that the cheap shit is probably for Mr. King over here because he has to sit with an insult in prison.
Yeah.
I have a different theory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your grandfather's kind of fucked up, I'm not gonna lie to you. What if it's in his descending order of like what he liked to eat?
Well, my brain didn't make it sound like he likes to eat cyclopses, but that is possible, I suppose.
I wondered if maybe it was in terms of rarity. Like, there's only one Loch Ness monster, so maybe that's more rare because there was only one. Or are there more than one?
I actually don't know the answer to that question. I've never met one. I don't think I've met one.
Eero is gone, but would know. would have probably relayed
Eero's
this.
standing catatonic.
I had told Eero before that they are there's only one. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that I had said that when I was describing the Loch Ness.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Loch Ness, not a Loch Ness. The Loch Ness.
The Loch Ness.
So theoretically, I mean, it to that point. I mean, what we have a siren, we have a cyclops, we have a. I guess I don't know exactly what I know about the magical seal equivalent, because I'm thinking werewolves are a dime a dozen. Like, there's a ton of werewolves theoretically. Now, there's only one king werewolf. Don't get me wrong, but
right. That is. Oh gosh, Maris is gonna sort of take a glance. Does this look like it's his tail?
Yes.
Oh, 100%, it's his tail.
Oh. Can you put that back on, Nura, when we're done with everything, do you think?
Potentially, I hope.
Okay.
Also, hey, Your Majesty, have you seen anyone interact with this table before?
No. I've been trapped here for many, many years.
Just thought it was worth asking if you'd seen,
I'm
anyone
so
torment you before.
sorry.
I think I don't know if we have a better theory. I'm also wondering. I'm wondering if it's going to be if we get one wrong immediately, there's a reaction, so we can test this.
It might
But I
hurt
don't
him.
want to. I know that's what I'm hoping doesn't happen, but I don't know if we have another better thing to go. I mean, it sounds like if we're going off of a value-based theory, how rare are the things we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Then that would mean the Loch Ness is probably number one, theoretically. You put that on a golden plate, that's the rarest.
The king
Then
werewolf is probably second.
No, I think he's sitting with an insult. He's definitely the cheapest one. I feel pretty strongly about that.
Well,
Maybe I'm wrong, but
do one of my lovely friends know what in the world this like magical seal blubber like is this? Are they real?
Selkies?
Yeah, are they common? Are they rare?
To the
Theoretically?
best of my knowledge, they're not like a dime a dozen, but like there's more than one of them. Like families of them and shit. They're an animal.
But probably
best of my
fewer than there are
knowledge.
werewolves.
Probably fewer than there are werewolves.
So theoretically, if we're going off of the system, it would be Loch Ness.
Cyclops Eye?
Well, cyclopses can be gained by a school, so
Yeah,
But then
I
sirens
yeah.
were served at restaurants, so...
yeah, but they were like a luxury rarity, right? Or were they?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've heard luxury for both of them. I think my grandpa liked them better than Cyclops eyes. So
Okay. Then,
I would
yeah.
maybe go gold, Loch Ness, silver, siren, brass.
Calvic, go ahead and give me another brains check of 6.
7.
You remember a story of when being told of your great grandfather where he actually took a Selkie as a mistress.
Jesus. I didn't. Why did he fuck a seal?
Well, they're human. They can turn into seals, and then they're
Oh,
beautiful
I
women,
understand now. That makes more sense. Oh my God.
Maybe
Okay.
it's ranked by how much he wants to fuck them.
Yeah, this is Josh trying to keep up with the beautiful brain of our tormentors.
yeah.
So why don't you?
Do the metals of the plates have any significance to me other than obvious, just like here's rare, here's not? That's just like there's a gradient there, obviously.
There's a gradient. I don't think there's
yeah.
any like sentimental.
Sure. Okay.
But I will say, you guys got to start doing something. As
I
far
know.
past
Yeah.
Okay.
theorizing.
I trust Eero, so let's put the werewolf tail at the paper.
So you go to put the werewolf tail on the paper plate,
Mhm.
and you hear, and everybody probably jumps a little as the plate goes, "Doo," and juts out. Nothing else happens, but it does jut out.
Before we put the tail on it?
No, when you put the
Okay.
tail on.
Okay.
Like juts out as in like off the like out of the tail, like up or
So
Straight
there's
towards us?
Yep, straight towards you.
Okay.
Oh, these
so we
are all
put
in
it on.
in
In a
ladder?
line. Yes, they are in a ladder.
Oh, okay, okay.
Gold,
Oh.
silver, brass. Yeah.
Yeah,
metal,
that's how I was picturing
paper.
it.
I
So
was
we put it on.
I was picturing a card table with 5 plates on it. I'm a big.
Oh.
Yeah, so
did
was I.
anybody?
They are scaled. Yeah.
Calvic asks Marish to go check and see if there was anything that happened with any of the chains on the Werewolf King.
Go look.
When you go to look, Maris, you will notice that one of the chains is loose, and you can pull it free
She
from
will
his ankle.
pull it free. Okay, we've got a chain off. So what goes on the metal
Okay.
plate?
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 1 around his neck.
I think.
The Selkie one?
okay, well let's do the ones we're confident
Yeah,
on.
I feel confident Loch Ness is gold.
Loch Ness gold.
Does it seem like we have to go in an order, or is it just?
We
I
have
don't
no
think so.
idea. We have no clue. So I think Calvic will put the Loch Ness on the gold.
You go to put the Loch Ness skin on the gold, and it juts out. And
Okay.
one of the chain, his other, I would say the collar probably falls.
Yeah, for gold, I was hoping so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, if something
Um,
hurts you, please shout out. Yeah, is that cool?
He'll give you a look.
No shit, Sherlock.
I think
Like
Maris is going to be back by him, concentrating on like removing the stuff as it falls off and
Okay.
keeping an eye on him.
I think the question is whether your great grandpa valued his mistress over a good meal.
Yes, absolutely.
So Selkie over Siren? Or was she?
Did it end badly?
I would go. I think I would, between those two, if we think those are the next two, which I agree with, I think one is silver, one is brass. I would go silver would be Selkie, I think.
Okay, let's do it.
You go to put the Selkie coat on the silver plate, and the plate tips over and spills the Selkie coat down, and you hear a "ha!" as a dart comes in through the wall and stabs the king with a little bit of silver.
Sorry. Okay, Maris, do you want to come over and I can heal a little bit, just make sure he's not in too much pain?
Yeah.
Yeah? Neora's going to go over and just kind of focus on alleviating pain with any magic they can.
Okay.
I know you said to wait, Your Highness, but I think you'll agree that kind of sucked.
He kind of looks grudgingly at you and has a low growl, but he doesn't go to bite you or anything.
Yeah.
He lets you.
Neo will put her hands softly on him. It's going to be okay.
Okay.
Then we'll kind of focus on alleviating pain.
So, vocal cords on the silver then?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I can remember, I don't think my grandpa has any special. I mean, eyesight and senses were good for hunting, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, the next one I would put on there would be the silver plate. Would be the vocal cords on the silver plate.
Maris
right.
will do it.
You go to put the siren's vocal cords on the plate, and it juts out.
I also don't know. Is there a reason you sent Maris back to us? I don't know if there's a reason you guys couldn't be there together.
Just to have people over there working things out, because Nero can't talk to you about.
Sure, fair
The
enough.
manacle on the right hand falls off. Achilles, how are you feeling?
How am I feeling?
Well, you're just kind of. Is there anything you want to?
I think the Selkie coat is the cheap metal, like a cheap date.
That was my original guess as well.
Like, this guy sounds
Okay.
like he goes and he gets hookers a lot, so.
Fair enough.
I don't think that he values
Women.
anyone.
Yeah.
So I probably a Cyclops, a potion ingredient would be more value to him than
Yeah.
something he can fuck.
Okay, let's do that then. Eero, you want to do it?
Sure.
I mean, considering that he has maybe her skin here on a plate, clearly didn't care about her that much. Let's try Selkie for cheap.
Selkie for cheap. You go to put the Selkie coat on the plate, and it juts out. And the other manacle on his ankle will fall off.
Right, I think we'll just put the last obvious choice on the last obvious choice.
Yes, you go to put
Cyclops eye in a jar.
You go to put the Cyclops eye on the last plate. It juts out, and you hear a mechanical groaning as the chains all fall. That last chain falls, and you will hear a deep sigh from the king as he goes to stand.
Told you we'd get you out, yeah?
Maris moves back over towards him.
And he will stand, and he is about 4 times Farkas's size. He is huge.
He's got to be 10 to 12 feet tall. This thing's.
Yeah.
Neo will extend a hand for a handshake. I'm Neora. Lovely to meet you.
He'll look to your hand and take it and shake it.
Pleasure, Your Highness. Is it meant to bow? Is a handshake okay? I'm not entirely. I don't eat royalty very often.
For now, it is fine. But thank you for freeing me from those chains.
Yeah, we got you back.
It has been a long time.
We know some people that would really love to meet you.
For now, I have a hunt to continue.
We're down to help. Assuming we mean the same person.
Perhaps. And he looks to you, Calvic. And his eyes narrow.
Yeah, I think Calvic probably will have to approach at this point. He's not going to be able to hide from the fucking king of the werewolves who can smell him from 5 miles away.
Especially when you're bleeding.
Right.
Well, I hope I'm not bleeding anymore.
You hear
like blood on you.
You hear a growl reverberate in his throat as he steps forward towards you, Cal, and he will say, You smell just like him.
Disgraced member of the family, distant relative.
Not the
He
same at
got
all.
impaled by the same guy that trapped you. Look at the harpoon.
He looks down to the harpoon.
We can't get it out yet.
And he will, for the moment, he will not attack or anything like that. He just kind of stands and wants to listen to what you have to say, Kalvik.
Sorry's not going to cut it, but I'm also not going to apologize for what my dipshit family members have done. But it's not fair what's been done to you, which is an understatement. I think I can get you out now if you want out now. But if you would like to help us tear my grandpa, great-great-great-grandpa, a new one, we would love your help.
He will take a slow nod. And he, in front of all of you, will transform into a giant wolf. Rippling with muscle and shaggy fur meant for the winter cold.
Can I try to heal any damage done on him? Just to
No.
keep him...
At this point, if you try to reach towards him, he will snarl and try to snap at your hand.
Understood.
He runs out of that cave. And he kicks up the snow dust that falls into your faces.
Helvik falls on his ass and starts breathing very heavily as the harpoon in his chest allows, as he allows the panic that was he was keeping at bay for approximately 3 seconds wash over him.
I think Ira's gonna squat down next to Kalvik and be like, yeah, righting some wrongs, huh?
I guess so.
I
I am
we've got
alive, right?
Yeah, you're alive.
I think so,
Yeah.
as much as we can be in here.
Okay.
I think we need to follow him because he's going to go and he lost the first time.
Mm-hmm.
He can
Let's
lead
go.
us
Time to go.
where we need to go.
Yeah, let's go.
You go out into the snow and it looks pretty thick. It's storming and you see the vague outline of paw prints going up the mountain. It is starting to get covered, but you do know that paw prints go up the mountain.
Yep, let's follow the best we can.
Do we want to do a full-on tracking?
Yeah.
Maris will reach into the bag and take out one of the potions that she grabbed. And she will drink the wolf potion.
Okay. Maris, what do you look like as a wolf?
Oh, that's a good question. I think she's sort of a brownish shade. The ears are definitely there. And she's got the fur on her tail is a little bit wavy and not quite curly, but it definitely has more texture to it than Farkas does. And I think she's probably a little bit bigger as well, like just physically got a little bit more.
Right. Perfect. It is cold and this is the first time you're doing this, but go ahead and give me, let's see. Give me a brains check. Lots of brains check this time.
Yeah.
Of 6.
While she's rolling, I have a question, maybe a permission question. I was asked what type of potions that I had access to, and one of the potions that Kalvik was tasked at remaking was the ambrosia potion, and I
Yes.
don't imagine he had time to make a ton of them, right? And he also wasn't interested in making a bunch of whatevers for like school purposes, but I like to think that he had made more than one, like had a backup. I think he makes a backup for just about everything, which is why he has an extra wolf potion, an extra whatever.
Yeah.
Is that something Maris could have reasonably grabbed? Is
So
that
Maris-
something you'll give me?
Yes.
Maris grabbed 1 for you.
Okay. I don't remember. Do we know how long this lasted? And I guess maybe I get to play around with how long it lasts because I made it, but I'm curious how long the original did.
Originally, it's your next 3 checks.
Yes, the next 3 checks after drinking. are
Gotcha.
immediate successes.
Okay, so Kalvik, I think, is just going to ask for that potion. I think he's going to ask to. I think he's just going to ask to carry it.
Yep. She will give it to you, no problem.
Okay. Okay.
And then we can continue on.
Also add 3 Maris to your tracking because your senses are higher. What did you get?
Oh, so 3, that would make it a 5, so I'll use an adversity token to make it a 6 that I need.
Okay. Okay. So you put your nose to the snow and where those footprints are, or those paw prints, and you catch the smell and it is going up. So you can lead the group in tracking up the mountain. You all tread up this mountain. You have to do some major heavy climbing. It is a steep slope. It is quite exerting. Let's all just do one more roll before before we get to the top, shall we? So we can see what happens. Go ahead and give me let's see, grit or fight.
I was going to argue grit, but that's because my grit is D12.
Yeah, I'm going to argue grit as well.
I feel like grit makes more sense as to keep going, keep pushing. So
Agreed.
go ahead, everyone give me a grit of 8.
I will spend 1 adversity token to make that an 8.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
I
got
rolled it.
5.
I have a 3,
Okay.
and I'm not going to spend adversity tokens to make that an 8.
Okay.
14.
14. So it sounds like Ockleys is definitely helping Neora or Kalvik.
I have a fucking harpoon in my
I
chest.
think
I'm not doing
Neora
great.
succeeded.
I passed.
Yes. Oh, yeah, sorry. So Eero and Ockleys. Okay, so Eero and Kalvik. Right? Okay.
Mhm.
Ockleys, who are you helping up?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kalvik.
I get
my
it.
bow.
No, I get
It's
it.
my bow.
Maris will help Cal with
Okay.
adversity tokens.
Takes you a little bit more time. Probably you brush up against his leg, and have him hold on to your fur as you are treading up this mountain. Neora, it is a little bit hot. You are water.
Yeah, she's not
So-
feeling great.
Okay.
To
Yeah.
be sorry, just because if she's doing adversity tokens, that means that if I fail, I get adversity tokens, but I'm not failing because Maris is helping me. Maris, you get to spend 1 adversity token to give me 2 help. I
Yeah.
needed 5 to get to the thing. I can spend 1 if you'll spend 2.
Okay, yep, I will do that.
Just to make sure we have
Yeah.
the same amount of adversity tokens.
I
Please
was more
continue.
thinking narratively she was
Oh,
helping you.
okay.
It just means you need a little extra help. So Maris, don't
Sure.
spend that adversity
Okay.
token. Kalvik, take that adversity token.
Well, it helps because I get 2 when I fail, so that's very helpful.
Well, that is very helpful. Okay, cool. It just takes you a little longer and you guys have to help out with
Okay.
each other, and it's just a slower process. So you get to the top. And let me go ahead and
Just
Yeah.
checking with you, Danny. What we did in the heat was we gave Neora -2 to everything. As it's getting quite cold, do you want me to do the same?
yes, please. I think that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, Neora's made of water. Neora has an awful lot of benefits that other people don't get. I think it makes sense, the heat. Fucks her.
Okay. So as you all get to the top, let's see.
Neora can... Yeah, okay.
Let me know when it loads. Does it load for all of you guys?
Yep, it's loaded.
Almost.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm loaded.
I'm loaded.
There, I unfortunately don't have a visual for this creature. Well, actually, go ahead and everyone, let's see, everyone is going, you guys finally get to the top of the mountain. And you step out, and Maris, I'm gonna say it's probably you that accidentally probably steps on a lump of snow because you're in the front. And at first you think that it's the snow you step on. It's like a mound, soft and piled along the top of the mountainside. But as you step your paw down into it, the snow starts to shake and shift, and what's underneath it emerges. And it's a very gigantic length of something underneath the snow shaking, and the snow starts to shake and it starts to fly off. And before you, you see an enormous creature. It's long and dragon-like, and its snout lifts. And what I mean by dragon-like is it's very tubular, and it doesn't look like the kind of Western dragons that you've seen prior. It looks more like, yeah, kind of. It kind of looks like a mythical Chinese type dragon, very long.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw some music on. Okay. And breath comes from its nostrils in thick clouds as it lifts up its head and turns its deep blue eyes down on you. And go ahead for anyone who wants to just roll real quick, like a brains for identifying this creature.
Yep.
I will say this this creature is sky blue and dappled with a thick mane of feathers around the neck, white feathers. And it has these white wings on its back that flutter and get the rest of the snow.
Do I get my zoology bonus?
Yeah.
12.
10.
10. Okay.
9.
9.
30, 20.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna say Eero probably takes. I'll split it. I'm gonna say, Maris, what were you saying? What was your number?
I got a 2, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I stepped on it.
Neora, you were a 10, right?
I got 12.
12. Calvic was a 10. Okay. All right. Eero, on the more research heavy side of things. Well, I'll start with Neora and Calvic first. Okay, sorry. You identify this as an ancient Garynx. And you know that they are, in your world, extinct. Calvic, you know from stories that your grandfather was the one who boasted about taking the last one's life. On a more research heavy side of things, Eero, you know that these creatures were prized for their organs, especially their hearts, that were said to give longer lifespans if eaten. Hunters would conquer daunting heights to reach these creatures, who are often wrapped around the tops of mountains, who like to blend in with the sky and the clouds. And so often when you would look up at a snowy mountain, you wouldn't be able to see them because they blended in so much. And they usually only resided on the top of mountains.
Do I have any idea? Because I know that this isn't necessarily the dragons that we're familiar with, but they tend to be carnivorous. Do I know if this guy is like a sorry, like a gentle orangutan style of dragon, or a like very territorial, more aggressive kind of species? Because he looks very gentle, but I don't know.
Most stealth creatures don't tend to be that aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that because it kind of hid in plain sight, sort of, that they're not used to fighting.
Mhm.
And that's kind of one of the reasons why they became extinct. There's not a whole lot of them. There's not a high number of them. And also they weren't good fighters. As you draw nearer, I will say Occles. I think I'll say Occles because you just are around this kind of stuff often, blood and flesh and all that sort of stuff. You smell blood as you near this creature.
Do I smell it off of the creature?
Yes.
I immediately look for some kind of wound. Like,
Okay.
is it visible? Is there like a little trail, or like, is there like a?
Yeah, so as you I won't make you roll for this unless you'd like to. Would you like to? Are you hurting for adversity tokens?
I have 6, but I could always have more.
Okay, go ahead and give me it's a tracking, right? You're looking at the environment, so go ahead and give me a brains of 6.
All right. Oh, that's a 5.
Okay. So You
It's
Go
too
f-
snowy.
you go forward to find the blood, and unfortunately, your foot catches something in the snow and you fall forward. And you go get face to face with this creature, eye to eye with its large nostrils as it breathes out and blows your hair back. Um, you notice the chain that you tripped over is now everybody notices because you guys didn't know it existed, is pinning down this creature. And the blood, now that you see it because you're so close, is actually on its breast. It's a shock of red in the snow, tracing, and you trace it, and it's a gory, gaping hole carved in this creature's chest.
Oh my god, this fucking monster!
I love. Okay, so Danny has made it as clear as possible, like cruel to animals, misogynist, like fully tortures everyone and everything. No, okay, okay, okay.
My
Hey,
grandpa's
Daddy.
great, guys. My great 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 grandpa's great. He's redeemable, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
a good old chat and
not
We can
feeling at
save
all
him.
bad about what we're gonna have to do. It's
no, nor am I.
Forever
I mean, I'm not Muir or Ockleys, but can I approach very carefully to him and try to get a I imagine what's happened to his chest, but
Are
just
these things intelligent?
looks like it.
I agree, it looks like it, but do we know? Is that
Is it all
anything we
right?
learned from our checks?
You will know from your checks. I feel like we've succeeded enough on like
Mm-hmm.
understanding this creature. You knew that they were very intelligent and very peaceful.
Okay, then before I just rock up and start poking around in his organs or her organs, uh, hello, is it all right if we medically examine you?
It will, as you start to put your hands up towards, I assume, the hole.
I'm not going. I don't want him to feel like I'm going to try to rip any more organs out, so I'm trying to step a little bit back while I'm asking him this.
Okay, it will kind of flinch back a little when it sees you drawing near, but then it will lower its large head and lay it on the snow.
Hi. Hi. Okay, well, we're gonna see if I
Okay,
can.
so you petting it?
Yeah.
I'm very, very much like How to Train Your Dragon, like.
And it's like, my name's Jeff. Why are you doing this?
We
You
have
guys.
a healer with us, and if it's okay with you, we would like to see if there's anything that we can do to help you.
And it will give a slow, small nod and give a little ruffle of its body with the feathers, and the chains clink.
I'm just gonna, don't worry. We're going to rip out the heart of the person who did this to you, and then we're going to do even worse to him.
Maris,
It'll lean into Occlus's hand and
That's
push
right.
a little bit.
can you try to work on the chains and we'll
Yep.
see if I can reduce
Yep.
the pain?
so Maris is gonna look at these chains and see if she can get them off.
Okay. What do you want to do with that brawn? Some kind of metal working?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing she'll do is just start tugging at them and see if she can pull anything, find anything that she can rip loose. If
Okay.
it's like normal.
Sure. Yeah. So you will start tugging at these chains, and I will say, Calvic, since you've done chain stuff before, do you want to work on the other side? Like,
So I'm tempted to say, and I don't know, again, I don't want to like try to just, hey, I found a hammer, I'm going to make every problem a nail. But like, I think Kalvik has established that he's able to rip a hole in fucking reality, and that he's in a wand that is his magic. And I think if there's not a clear mechanism of how to remove these chains, I think he's getting angry again. Like I think he's crying. I think he's probably like, he just sees that his grandpa has been keeping this now extinct thing done so that he could eat its heart. I don't know how many hearts this thing has. Like there's a gaping hole in its chest. It's somehow alive, so it either has more hearts or he's been taking chunks off of it or something to elongate his disgusting life. And so I think he's probably his thought is to just like remove, like, I'm mad. I want these chains gone, and I want to like make them disappear from existence.
Okay. So what do you want to do? I know that Maris is tugging
Yeah.
on the chains. Go ahead, Maris. Go ahead.
I just think, I mean, to lean into Kelvic's wheelhouse, that would probably be turning them into something else. I think that would be using, again, I think because he's mad and he succeeded in ripping a hole in reality, he's less concerned about what the potential consequences are of using the magic that's all around him in the wand. So I think he wants to just try to make a powerful ass charm spell to just make the chunks of the chains just disappear in entirety. I think he's mad, so he wants to do that.
Calvic and Maris both. Go ahead and give me 12. Brawn and charm.
Maris rolled a 14, Brawn.
Okay. 14. So I think how do you guys work together to do this? Like, because it's interesting. I think that you both succeed in this. So do you, Maris, do you tug on these?
Well, I think it's, the way I'm picturing it is like the chain going over it back and forth a couple of times. And so I think Maris is probably working on one side, just yanking the chains free from the rock that's holding them in on that side and loosening on one side, and Cal is on the other side, working on those attachments, whether he's dissolving the chain, whatever he's doing, he's getting them on that side so that we can release it all the way down and sort of gently then lift the chains off as we go.
Makes sense. Okay. So yeah, and I love that. I love the visual too of Calvic probably turning them into water mid-air, like as they get yanked off.
Sure.
And as they're turned to water, they turn to ice because it's so cold up here. And then when they hit the ground, they shatter.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
All right. And so the chains are lifted. And Neora, okay, go ahead and give me charm, I assume?
Yeah.
Trying to put this, you trying to put some skin back on this boy? Okay, go ahead and give me a roll. We'll see how much hole you cover.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14. So you get a good chunk of this wound stitched back up. I wouldn't say it's completely healed, but
how many of those tokens do I think it would take to completely heal it? If that's something you're willing to tell me.
You sure you want to do that?
Yeah. I think Neora has hurt enough things today in order to get here, and Neora wants to do something that she knows.
2.
Done.
How many you have?
I have 4 left.
4, 2. Yeah, 2. Okay.
Down to 2. Sorry.
There's still a spot of red there where the feathers are, but you do manage to grow all the skin back and all the muscle, and it's kind of a grueling procedure, but you do end up covering it. And you hear laughing behind all of you.
Oh, this fucker.
A low, deep laughing. So I'm going to go ahead and bring you all over here.
Yep. Hopefully we get a wolf friend and a dragon.
And
Dragon doesn't know how to fight. He's an innocent.
You can like tail whip it, I don't know.
You hear the very wet, squelching sound of teeth biting into flesh. And you turn around, and you see a large man, extremely tall, extremely broad. And he's got brown, thick, shiny, swishy hair. He has belts, leather belts strapped over him. He has a jacket that's long and leather, made of some creature, who knows what, ropes, crossbows. He's got weapons loaded on his person. He has got his namesake weapon, the harpoon, also on his back. And in his hand, his mouth is completely covered in blood as he takes another bite of this heart.
Oh, this fucker.
It's big. It's a big heart. He throws it on the ground, the rest of it, and steps on it and gives you all a grin. And this grin is hungry. This grin, Calvic, you remember in family portraits. His eyes are sharp and alive and always ravenous for something more. And his teeth look almost a little sharp with just how just very hungry looking.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think Calvic will step forward through. He feels like he should be at the front of whatever's about to happen. But I think he probably pushes past everybody else, still with a harpoon sticking out of his fucking chest, as he I think he's angry. He's just as angry as he was a second ago as he steps forward. And probably says loud enough to hear, I knew you were bad, but this is grotesque. Everything we've seen. Like, what is wrong with you?
well, well, if it isn't my latest grandson. And he points up, and the last little detail you see about this man's outfit is he pulls out the red scarf that is tucked into his jacket.
Cool.
Oh my god, no!
And he says, he will continue, the hand and the tender heart that has been using my wand. I will give it to you. Dear boy, you've got balls. Stealing from the family, thinking you can imprint your magic over mine, thinking you could best me. Me, who has traversed the ruthless savannas in the dead of night, scaled the peaks of the Himalayas, delved into the depths of the Amazon. I have stood in the presence of giants, both great beasts and the legends who sought them. I have sought out and discovered the greatest treasures known to chromatic kind. And as he says this, spit just comes out of his mouth. And what have you accomplished, grandson?
Something that I don't think you ever had. I've made actual friends who give a shit about me. God, you're just so fucking alone and desperate for attention, aren't you?
He will proudly tilt up his chin. I will not allow the Vic legacy to end with you. Your father, your mother, your sisters may not be able to put a muzzle on you, boy. But domesticating feral beasts is what I'm known for, and striking those that cannot be tamed. It's time you learned a lesson from the legend himself. And he will reach down and he will flick on his belt. There's a vial. And Calvic, when he flicks that glass and it makes a ting, ting, there's a blue and red and purple liquid that swirls inside. You get a deep hole inside of you. And you realize that what's on his hip, what's in that vial on his belt, is your soul.
Cool.
And that's, I think, where we're going to go for break. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's a good place for break.
Okay.
Lauren is screaming unmuted, but I know what she's saying.
We have to take a break eventually, and I feel like that's the place to do
No,
it.
Seems like a
no,
good time.
I won't be back for after break, and I'm dying over here. God,
You can
Calvin.
always just make bad decisions and stay.
Kill this motherfucker.
We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Mhm.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Last time we left off, Vic gave a speech about how disappointed he is in Calvic as his grandson. And Calvic pretty much told him to shove it, I feel like. And that he had no friends, which was a great comeback. So, what's going to happen now is that Vic is going to disappear. He's going to disappear before you. And when you look around, you try to look and find him. And when you look up again, you will hear the sad howl of the creature behind you, whose heart had been carved out. Vic is on top of the Scarinx, and you see him take probably a very sharp blade with a chain and stab it into this creature and yank up. And the Garynx gets up on its feet, shaking and trembling, its wings spread out, and Vic will fly up above you in the air on this monster. What he would call a monster, this creature. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to just remind everybody how the wound system works. Exactly. This is a wound battle, which means that you are able to die. The way that it works is that with one fail, you get a wound. With a failed check by 5 or more, you will earn 2 wounds in the same round. If you reach 3 wounds, you fall unconscious. At that point, you are not dead, but if you are hit and again, you die. All right? Any questions? Yeah.
Previously, we've not been able to treat wounds because obviously no one's been proficient in healing. Now that I'm mastered in healing, can I treat wounds as an action?
You are the only one in this group who can heal. What
Cool.
healing means for Neora is that you spend your entire turn healing 1 wound for a coven member. Sounds
Cool.
good?
It's
All
intimidating,
right.
but sure.
All
so
right.
5 or more, you get 2 wounds. Is that what you said?
Yes. Okay. So,
Like
Vic, for this battle, it's been different for different battles. For this big boss battle with Vic, he will not be taking his own turn. He will be acting on the failures that you make.
Yep.
So, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, let's go ahead and roll initiative. Flight check. For those in the crowd that don't know what that means.
As usual, Calvic rolled a 1.
All right, Cal. Cal, while everybody is rolling, I would like to hear what you are saying to the party in order to kind of get them into position or, etc. after everybody gives their, but I really do want you to do that real quick, even though. Okay.
Okay.
Eero and Maris, what are your flight?
D12.
A 6.
Can you?
Okay.
Wait.
18.
8.
Okay.
I
So I got
like
Neora, Eero,
yeah.
Maris, Auclis, and Cal. Correct?
Yep.
What did Auclis roll?
Neora, Eero, Maris,
An
Auclis.
8.
Oh, you were an 8. Okay, so you're okay.
I exploded on my
This
flight
is
check.
this is why I check. Okay, Neora,
Mm-hmm.
Auclis, Eero, Maris, Cal, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, thank you. All right, so you see the giant shadow of this creature, its wings pumping as it flies into the air, giving that low, mournful cry as Vic rides on it. And he'll get up high in the sky and he will grin down at all of you. Miora.
Yep.
I think as everyone looks
yeah.
up at what's going on, I think Calvic initially, without looking back at everyone, says, I meant what I said. That wasn't just bullshit. My grandpa is the perfect example of a lone wolf who I'm sure deep down is lonely or whatever, but has far too high opinion of himself, and I think truly believes he can't make a mistake and that he will succeed. But he doesn't know what type of strength help brings, what friends bring, and that is an understatement for our group, I think. I know exactly where all of my deficiencies are, and thankfully I have a group who's there to fill those holes. Specifically this hole today. Thank you, Neora.
Always.
Thank you for coming in to get me. I'm sorry this is where we are. But I am confident that we can bring this piece of shit down.
And save your soul.
Sure.
No, we'll do that.
Yes, I need you to get him to the ground.
Okay.
Step 1, right?
Yep.
And then we need to keep him on the ground. Everybody else.
I got an idea.
You always do, and we always love you for it.
All right.
Okay, so this currently is, as you said, a wound scenario and is dangerous as shit. I'm gonna pitch, and I need you to tell me whether or not it's okay.
What's that?
I would like... Neora has proven a fair few times that Neora is quick enough to be able to either break a sound barrier or cause enough things to knock up, like she's done with water before. I would like to basically create a kind of snow barrier that the first time someone fails a check, they won't take a wound, as like the barrier is going to they'll take the hit.
I don't think because you can predict who's going to
Okay, can I pick a
miss.
person?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to pick Acles, because Acles can do a fair bit of nasty shit. The first time Acles fails, basically give Acles 1 temporary hit point. If that's allowed.
So what you're asking is if Acles fails, she will not gain that wound condition.
Yeah, basically, he's put a temporary shield on for this. The first wound Acles takes would be negated.
Sure. Yes. Okay. Sounds good. Go ahead and give me a, you're doing an ice shield?
She's trying to just move fast enough to create like a blizzard around Acles.
Yes, so use that blizzard, that snow around you.
Yeah.
Give me a brawn of 11.
Would it not be elemental manipulation? Because the snow's already here?
Environmental manipulation is brawn.
I thought it was fine. Okay, fair.
Nope.
Okay, well, we're going to try. I exploded, thank the gods. It's not impossible. It's just not
What are you
the
at right
easiest
now?
thing in the world. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm at 10. I'm going to spend a verse token to make it 11.
Okay, you have 1 adversity token left. Did you take out the 3?
Yeah. Took out 2, I thought we said, for temperature.
For temperature? Okay, that's fine.
It was 2 it was 2 at fire.
Okay.
Unless this is more severe in like your mind about Neora's effectiveness.
Are you still under fear?
No.
Okay. Then just take that 2.
Okay.
Spend that adversity token. You have 1 left.
Yep.
And
if you
go ahead.
Just if you think the ice would be more of a detriment to Neora, I'm happy to make it a 3. Just checking what you want to do there.
I think it's fine for now.
Okay.
You run towards Acles and you run around her in this kind of very quick, making this barrier of snow that collects on itself and creates a kind of shield that she can use. All right, Neora, that was you.
Yep.
Acles.
Okay, he's on the back of this thing, right?
Yes.
Is he flying in the air right now, or is he just on the back of it?
He's very high and he is above you.
Okay.
But
how high is he?
Quite high. Like you would not be able to
Throw anything?
throw anything really and hit it. And the wind is so powerful that it would probably knock what you're trying to throw anyway. Not to say you can't cast spells at him, but
Yeah.
he is quite high.
Okay.
If you throw like a rock, it's gonna blow
Yeah.
away.
If you were going to try to buddy the elf him with snowballs, probably not going to happen.
Exactly.
Okay. I think what I would like to do then is I am going to cast a spell. You know, I'm so item based. I hate that he's so far away. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna cast a spell in attempt to rip some of these pine needles off these trees and send them out towards
Okay.
GG. GG.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a brawn
That
of
fight?
environmental manipulation.
God damn it. Okay.
You
Shit.
guys.
I specifically am trying to do fight here.
Go ahead.
Are the pine needles flavor? Or are you just trying to shoot him with?
It's just flavor. I'm just like, I don't want to be like, I shoot him with magic.
I use magic missile, and they look like pine needles.
What would you
Danny's like,
to
go
do?
fuck yourself. It's gonna be a problem.
Go ahead and give me a brawn
I should,
check.
I should just do like I should just like I attack
I
him
will
with an
say
attack
the
spell.
only thing I will say is that in the definition of fight magic, common spells include things like disarming an opponent, causing a target harm, or making something explode.
Yes, from the source of your wand. If you're using
Gotcha,
the pine
that's
needles
what that
around
means.
you,
That
then
makes sense.
it's brawn.
It was just flavor though. I send magic out of my wand and it hits. I wanted to hit him in a way that maybe knocks him off Falcor.
You can certainly try that. Yeah. Go ahead and give me. You can try. Go ahead and give me an 11 of fight.
Alrighty then. That is a 10 plus 3, which is 13.
You go to hit a spell. What does your magic look like? What kind of offensive magic are you shooting out of your wand here?
What
It
It better
definitely
not be a
doesn't look
pine
like
needle.
pine needles.
It definitely doesn't look like pine needles. I guess black inky magic, like
Okay.
ink that drop like droplets of water, but they look kind of like fingernails and little hands just kind of coming out.
Okay. You do not manage to knock him off of the Garrings. However, you do manage to strike his calf, and you hear a as the spell strikes it, and his boot falls right next to you.
I have his boot. I pick it up.
Okay.
I have a boot now.
Okay, good job. Eero.
Okay, so I think you know why I'm going to ask this question, and if I can't know the answer to this question just by looking at him briefly, I'll do a knowledge check about him. Does he look like a guy who just uses weapons, or does he have some sort of? I mean, he would have some sort of magical affinity for the environment that we're in. Does it look like he's gonna cast spells?
Yeah, you absolutely know he has a wand.
Okay.
Because Kalvik.
Yeah, but does he look like he just shoots people?
If
with
he's like
harpoons?
Kalvik, he doesn't need a wand. He is
Yeah.
the wand.
In this
Okay.
particular space, yes.
I think Eero was thinking about something and figuring something out. And I think at this point in time, for the first turn before anything has really gone down, is going to do a knowledge check, do an brains check to figure out what kind of relationship I think he has with this environment that might be different than Calvik's. Like, what do I think that this guy is capable of doing in here?
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and give me a brains check of 12.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, that's an 18.
Okay. You know, as you look around, and he's got one hand on the chain, RPG sound should be on. Can everyone hear it other than
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. He's got one hand on the chain, and you can see probably one hand this way, and facing you, you can tell that he's doing something with his hand. So the type of magic that he can do, you kind of think back on the way Calvic's been casting magic and how he's using the space to manipulate with his hands and with his own body. Similar. That Vic can do this.
Okay. Okay. Is that my whole turn to do that?
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fair. There's no reason for me to do anything else yet, I feel
But
like.
this is gonna be like you'll get a
Would it be acceptable if I run towards some trees and get some cover?
Sure.
I'm not trying to do an action there. I'm just going to some trees.
Sure.
Okay. Great.
Maris.
Maris is going to follow Cal's instructions and try and knock him down. She is going to aim at him with her wand and try to manipulate the air around him to pull him down off of the flying creature.
Okay. So go ahead. Ooh, that's gonna be hard. The monster is large, very large. So pulling that monster is gonna be very tough.
Oh, she's not trying to pull the monster. She's
Trying
just trying
him.
to pull him.
Okay. Still gonna be a tough roll, but we can see. Okay. Brawn, go ahead and give me brawn of 15.
12.
I have adversity tokens to help. I just don't know. Like, this has never been Calvic's strong suit, so I don't know how he could help.
Yeah.
Try to mitigate his magic to deflect it.
So what? I guess.
Wait. Because this is elemental magic. Oh, but she doesn't have anything special in that. Crap. Never mind. Just trying to see if there's anything else that I can add to that.
Do you have any adversity tokens?
If there isn't, then we will have to move on.
I will use 3 adversity tokens.
What do you got right now?
I was
after
at
that?
12.
So now you're
with 3,
at
that'll put me at 15.
9.
So that's the TM.
Oh, 12. Okay. Wow. Okay. So you get your the wind in your wand and you start to swirl it, and you are trying to pull him down, and it's like a cyclone kind of like surrounding him and sucking him. And I will say you you hear a startled growl above you as he slips off the back of this creature and is holding onto the flank, trying to climb back up. So you do manage to unseat him. He's not fallen down quite yet, but he is holding on. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Calvic.
I think Calvic is going to. I don't know if he's ready to risk trying to use his like. I think he's going to use the training wand.
Okay.
Versus trying to use his wandless magic because of where he is, because he doesn't want to proc any of his grandpa's special effects, I guess.
Okay.
And he is going to try and essentially transmute a ball and chain around his ankles to try and drag him further down, to try and get him off of this thing.
Okay. I will say with the training wand, the TN is going to be higher. I will just let you know, because it is a
There's
wand
a trade-off.
made
I
for
get it.
toddlers. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So ball and chain, go ahead and give me a charm of 17.
Okay, here, let's have some fun.
It's high, but
Yeah, no, I get it. That's a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, actually, this is interesting. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and I need 17.
yes.
This feels important to get him down. I will go ahead and spend 4 adversity tokens of my 9 to bring me down to 5 to get him to make this happen, to put these ball and chains on his feet to make his to try again, just as a way to try and weigh him down.
Awesome. So you get those balls and chains on his ankles, and that is the amount of weight to take him down from the Garynx. Like, his nails scrape through the fur as he holds on for dear life, but it's too heavy. He lets go. He falls into the snow. A little bit away from you guys, a couple yards probably, or maybe like a yard away from you guys, a couple yards. I'm so bad at distance. He's like a distance away. Okay.
He is a distance away, guy. I suck at geography too.
Away.
We're good.
Yeah. And he is has fallen in the snow. All right. Great job. Neora.
Am I allowed to magically augment my speed to just zip past and grab Cal's soul?
Okay, first of all, you don't know if you can do that. I will just warn you. If you can take the soul.
Yeah. It's a hypothetical.
Okay. Augmenting your speed will take a turn.
Okay, let's not do that then. Can I just zip past and try and steal his soul?
Sure.
Try and pickpocket?
Sure.
Cool.
Light check of 17.
The way that Danny is saying sure is making me very nervous.
Yeah. Am I allowed to use magic to try and help me do this?
What are you doing?
Okay, so my thought is, as I'm doing it, basically to be coming at one side and then use magic to kind of gust that push myself to the other side when I pickpocket it.
You are using something to gust?
Basically, I'm assuming that, I don't know if it is or not. We're saying the soul's on the left.
Mm-hmm.
My plan is to sprint in on the right, then literally right at the last second as he's going to defend that side, to magically zip to the other side while he's basically quicker than I realistically could.
Like a teleportation type?
Yeah. Like I did in the Cap the Bat field when I was
Sure, you can use your D4.
screwing with Jake. Okay. 17?
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to be a 14, 15, 16, 17 plus 2. 14, 15, 16, 17. 19.
Neora, you zip towards Vic to try to grab what's on his belt. And you go to reach for this, and it is a warm bottle. You go to try to tug it off, but it is attached to his belt.
Mm-hmm.
Magically so, to the point where you cannot take it out. He goes to reach for you, to grab you by the throat.
Mm-hmm.
And you manage to zip and avoid him.
Neat.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is magically attached to his belt. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oculus.
Okay. Does this Garrix look to be under the control of GGGV? Does it look like his eye, the eyes of this creature, he's taken magical control over this creature? Because I want to know if if this Garrix is gonna, now that he's off of him, is the Garrix gonna try to?
The Garrix is above you, so you can't really tell from the expression right now. It's you can see the underside. It's not going for you, if that's what you're asking right now.
No, I just want to know if it's being controlled by Vic.
As of right now, no.
As far as we know, the only thing it did to control it was stab a chained sword into its back.
Right.
Yeah,
to allow him to ride it.
Right.
And it cried out in a sad manner.
God damn it. Okay.
So what would you like to do?
That doesn't help me make a decision at all. Okay. How far away is Grandpa Vic from me? right now.
A couple yards.
A couple
Some
yards.
distance. If I remember correctly, a couple feet, yards, some distance away. I'm bad
Yeah.
at distances. Somewhere in that range.
I think we're able to get to him and do something. Is it that kind of distance?
Essentially, yes, you would be able to.
Within a
like-
short sprint.
I feel like. Okay. If that's the case, then I am going to run over so that I can get a better view of the Garrinx.
Okay.
I want to get as much information on this Garrinx as possible. I want to make sure that I want to position myself in a way that if this Garrinx gets mind controlled by Grandpa Vic, that I am in a place that I can do something. So can I hold my action if I run all the way over by like this big fluffy tree over here? Can I hold my action, and if he mind controls that, can I then take an action?
I'm tempted to say no because this isn't D&D. I feel like you have to take your action now. Within the moment, this is your action. This is what you get. And you have to see if you pass or fail.
You can fortify people's minds, theoretically.
You can.
I would like to fortify Calvic's mind then.
To try to protect him.
I want to protect, because Calvic is susceptible with him not even having his soul.
Okay.
I want to fortify Calvic's mind, so that he cannot be controlled
Oh man, by his.
by his
Vic.
grandfather.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a grit check of 17.
Oh my god, Danny, why would you do that to me?
Because these are some pretty big things you guys are trying to do.
Oh, God.
Calvic and his great grandfather are kind of connected by this space.
Yeah.
So, what'd you get?
I got a 9. Even if I add all my adversity tokens, it still wouldn't be high enough. So I'm gonna take that and take an extra adversity token.
You got a 9.
Yeah, I got a 9 total.
So you will take 2 wounds, Oculus.
Holy shit! Okay.
Calvic.
She still has Neepra's protection on her, so she gets to ignore her first.
No,
yeah.
that was 1 round.
Is that how
And
it works?
she succeeded. Yes, she succeeded last round. That was for 1 round. That was for one
it's
round.
not-
That's what we agreed on, guys.
That's not how I thought that worked, but okay.
You said for the next round.
I said for the next wound Acles would take. Was my pitch.
I remember the next round. Can people help me with this?
I did it was the next wound. The thought was I'm gonna give her 1 temporary, like essentially
Okay.
Acles would have
So
the
then I
ability
would
to
take
take
1
4
instead?
instead of 3.
Okay, yes.
So it would
then
save her
take,
from 1.
Take 1 wound then.
Okay. How does he give me this wound then, since I failed?
We will find out real quick. Roll a d6, Cal.
Oh goody.
Is it a 6?
I don't know. I kind of hope so because I want to see what a 6 does. It's a 3, which is big voice, but there might be another table for this. But I rolled a 3.
My eardrums bleed.
Okay. Ocles. Wow, you are very lucky. Go ahead and wow. Okay, go ahead and take that wound off. You don't get any wounds, however.
Wait, what?
Ruh-roh.
You feel compelled suddenly to show off. Announce what you're going to do for the next few, 3 rounds. Next 3 actions that you do. You're going to pre-announce what you're about to do in like a flamboyant manner.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
And
This is
For the next 3 rounds?
yes, and Vic will have the ability probably to throw it back in your face, depending.
Shit, I had such a good idea too. God
But you don't know that this is going to happen, so
I
you need
know.
to keep in mind that you follow through with that plan, right?
I gotta mark my my little boxes so I can keep track of the rounds. All right.
But you got real lucky, girl, because you about to get 2 wounds, okay? Okay. Okay, Oculus.
Okay.
You good? You done?
Ah, that's it for me.
Okay.
Sadly.
Okay. Eero.
You just had this whole talk about how there are no reactions. I want to ask you how Eero can use the ability that we talked about without it being a reaction. Does it seem like there's a location that they could go to or a place on his body where they would be able to affect something? Or is it the kind of thing where they'd have to wait for something to happen? Because I don't know how the ability can work outside of a reaction.
Outside of it, I guess it depends on like how if you're planning on stepping in front of somebody, then essentially I guess it would be a reaction if that's what you want to do.
Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, but I was told, I don't know, it was like, can I use reactions? I'm like, that's complicating. For this specific thing, yes, you can.
Okay, cool. Okay, do I need to save myself in front of somebody specific? Or is it?
Yeah, I would say yeah. Because you don't know who's, unless... this is why everything's getting complicated, guys.
Okay. I would just like to I'm gonna run right at him and hold my reaction to try to do the damn thing and just be there.
Okay. Okay.
Because Eero spent the last turn thinking about how wands work.
I'm trying to think mechanically how this would work, though, as far as you taking, like, you would have to succeed or fail at something. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure out how this would work.
I think I would succeed or fail on the reaction, I assume. Okay. Yeah, because it would be that check. Yeah.
So then yours will trigger the next time somebody might fail.
This same team, this feels like if before Eero's next turn. Eero's either having a completely dead turn by not doing anything, or manages to throw herself in front of someone before their next turn, because
it still has to succeed.
Because we can't just say that Eero's running in slow motion at Vic the entire time until conveniently they're able to throw themselves in front of something. It's like this turn they're running at Vic.
Yeah.
Someone happens to fail before Eero's next turn, sure, maybe they were to throw themselves in front, and you can decide how it works in that moment.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, we're playing with a lot of new stuff right now, so I'm just trying to make sure it makes sense narratively. Okay, Maris.
Maris is going to keep following Cal's instructions to keep Vic on the ground, and so she's going to aim her wand at the area around his feet, and she is going to use her skills in manipulating stone and stone shaping to get the earth and the stone and the mountain itself to come up and form over his legs, and like as high up his legs as she can to keep him right where he is.
Okay. He is probably at this point up, and he is going to try to, like, pretty much, it'll be 15 for Braun.
14, 16.
Okay. The stone creeps up and starts to cover over his shoes. Well, one foot, actually, one bare foot, right?
Yeah.
And the other boot.
Mosey, they're so cold.
That's right, I got his boot. His one boot.
Okay. Kalvik.
Kalvik is going to pop out that ambrosia potion and drink the ambrosia to try and invigorate himself for whatever his next 3 checks are. I guess, do you feel like it feels like giving myself a buff that strong probably would encapsulate a turn theoretically? It's not a huge action necessarily, but I'm wondering if you feel like that would ingratiate an entire turn to like take that and do that. You know what he's going to do? Actually, he's going to do 2 things, but they're both small that I think would justify taking up a turn. I think he's going to drink his ambrosia potion and then go into Maris's bag, who's right next to him, and fish out one other potion that based on what he has seen so far, he's hoping she brought. And he's hoping she brought a copy of the mind magic potion that he made for Niora.
Niora has hers in a bag, because Niora was his own.
We brought 4 potions.
Yeah. So we had. So my understanding is so far we've used ambrosia, we've used
The werewolf
potion. We've had the. Have we used a third one yet, or we only had those two so far?
Told you
Maris-
she has the pain relief.
The
Yeah,
pain
pain
relief. That's
relief.
right. So I'm assuming there's one more, and I
So
think
what-
he's going to look in her bag to look and see if the mind magic potion is there.
Okay.
He's hoping to grab that one. Does he find it? Okay. What does he find?
The one that has a cat's eye on it.
Cool beans. Okay. He leaves that there, then doesn't grab it,
Okay.
and then he turns to his grandpa to start doing something. But we'll jump into the next turn. I'm
Okay.
imagining.
So you just want to drink the potion then, yeah?
Yeah, I'm drinking the ambrosia potion to make sure my next 3 checks succeed.
Okay. All right. Neora.
Okay. I think I want to try to use. An awful what Nero does is like blocking things, which isn't very useful in this scenario because I can't. He's not really doing anything, so I can't really block when he's not acting. And Nero can't really. Nero's not really very proactive in combat. I think Neora's going to try and ward another person.
Okay.
Very specifically, rather than using anything quite so elemental, using directly flight magic is meant to be deflecting magic. So preparing to deflect whatever he next does, should someone fail.
You're going to
I'm
try
happy-
to deflect his magic? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess Nior wouldn't know that Eero is already doing that.
Yeah, but what else does Neora do? Neora is fast and deflects things, and also mind magic, but that's a really fucking bad idea right now. Neora's not really a combat person.
Okay. So you want to try to deflect his magic.
Yeah, or try to counteract something he's doing.
Okay. When you did the shield on Oculus, that makes sense. What are you trying to do right now? Like, I get what you're trying to do concept-wise. I need a picture of what's happening.
Well, that's kind of the point. Unfortunately, with the way this is set up,
Yeah.
there isn't anything I can do because he's not acting. Neora is
Well,
built
you
around...
can do something. You just don't want to do something Neora's not good at.
Well, not
but
even
would-
that. Like,
Yeah.
what Neora would go to do is, okay, if he does something, deflect it or move quick.
Would you
I just want
rather
to-
I attack you? I mean,
Okay, one thing is great about dispelling magic. So, can I try and dispel the magic binding the soul to him to be able to get it off him? Because Neora can't really punch someone or, do anything that's not really Neora's thing.
Sure. You want to try to deflect, like, basically take off the soul
Yeah.
from his belt with,
Yeah.
like, break that spell.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your dice for grit, by the way?
D8.
Okay. Because it will be
But-
very high.
Yeah. I
So
do
go-
get a bonus on my magic for it, so, that's beneficial, I guess.
Okay. It will be a 18.
Okay. Yep, sure. Let's give it a shot. Got a +2 in total from +1 from start, +1 from magic, so
So what did you roll?
there's an D4 exploded and a 5. So that's 9, 10, 11 so far. Plus another 2. So that's 13.
Okay. So let's see, 14, 15, 17, 18. Okay, so I imagine brave Neora tries to reach over and dispel it, probably by touching it. You guys are so close, right? Like,
Yeah.
didn't he try to grab your throat? You at 13?
Yeah.
So, was it 18, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So, that is a 5 failure. So, what's going to happen, Neora, is you go to reach for this bottle at his belt, and he is going to lift up his hand, and he's going to roll a d6, Calvic.
That's a 5.
That's a 5. Okay. What's going to happen is he takes your hand in his hand swallows yours, and you start to, it's interesting with Neora because you're transparent.
Yeah.
So you start to see gold shimmers and rubies and emeralds start to form in your belly. They start to pop in your belly, and they start to drag up your body, and you start to feel them lump in your throat, and you have a heaving gasp, and you start to retch out these large gold coins and rubies and diamonds that are just tearing at your throat on the way out, and you start throwing up this gold and these gems.
And just out of curiosity, because this is within the turn that Eero was trying to do something, how does that, I'm just curious if that anything resolves there.
So, Eero, so that's what would have happened. Eero, what are you planning?
I mean, Eero was running up to the dude,
Right.
and
So-
Nora is right there with the dude. Am I able to get to Nora and attempt to do my grit check?
Yeah, go ahead, and you are right in front of him, so you could essentially step in front of Neora.
Sick. Okay.
Okay. So let's see. You're doing a grit plus
Yep.
magic? Okay. Go ahead and give me a grit of I'll give you 2. Right? Because I feel like it's so Nero would normally have 2 wounds on this. So I maybe like a step 1, step 2, see if you reach one or the other.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So go ahead and give me, let's see, an 8 and a 12. Or try to reach an 8, try to reach a 12. If you reach the 8, you take 1 wound. Or you take away 1 wound.
Okay. That is an 18.
On your grit? Wow.
Yeah, if it's the ability, I get a D4. I rolled
Okay.
a 9 plus 4 plus my 5 because I am mastered in.
Okay.
Okay, so
So what happens? So you know what was going to happen to Neora. Essentially, what happens to Eero? I assume, yeah, describe it.
Ira's been spending a lot of time thinking about how wands work and how her wand worked last year. How the fact that it was an empty vessel meant that it could absorb things and spit things back out. And being inside of this wand and remembering back to fucking dueling class when things happened. He is an empty vessel and he would like to try to absorb the spell.
Okay.
Take it in.
So he goes to grab you, Neora, your hand. I believe he tried to grab your wrist when you were trying to grab for his thing.
Yep.
He grabs you, probably Eero, probably your throat. Instead, he goes to reach and he grabs it, and then he looks at you, and there's a pause there as he's a bit startled by that interference. Yes.
The way that the ability, we had talked about it, you can say it's on a different turn. I think we had originally said that it happens at the same time. Do I do a check to balance it back to him? Or how would that work? To absorb and fire it back, or would that be on my next turn? Because I know I did this as a reaction.
I feel like that would have to be maybe your next turn.
Okay, so I'm just holding on for now. That feels fair.
But you have the coins and the rubies and the magic that fills you up, basically, and you can feel it. Okay.
I Kirby up all the little golds and coins.
Do you glow? What does it look like when you absorb this magic?
I think it looks like kind of, you can see whatever, I'm assuming the magic coming out of his wand was that glowing gold, right? I think you can kind of see it enter into, he's holding onto Eero's neck, is that right?
Yeah.
It kind of goes into, you can see her throat glowing from the inside out, and as it travels through his body, you can see kind of the veins lighting up with it, and then concentrate back into his center again.
Okay.
Absorbs that thing.
Okay. Cool. Ocklys?
We're just making sure that he does not get any actions.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
All right. Ocklys is going to run at Grandpa Vic and be like, I bet you didn't see this coming. I'm going to throw this jar of acidic plant bile at you. And I'm going to announce while throwing that at him.
Absolutely incredible.
Perfect.
I love Ocklys.
Perfect.
And
Go
that
ahead.
takes one. That is one of the 3 rounds that I have to announce out loud like a psychopath.
Right. So go ahead and give me a fight.
Ugh.
TN of
Probably
17.
high because I had 9. I announced it.
17. Yeah.
Oh, please explode. Oh, God.
And that's 1 round down. It's 3 rounds, so keep track of that.
Nah, that's what I said. That's one of my 3.
Okay, good.
It's a 9.
Okay. Ocklys.
Yeah, that's 2 wounds. I know. I'm writing it down.
Go ahead and Calvic, roll me a d6.
Alright. 5 again.
Just like genuinely asking here, this I think this is up to you.
Right.
Because the last negative effect Acklys had wasn't wounds, would my blocking a wound affect now or not?
Your block managed 1 wound, right? So remember
Yeah.
we took
Yeah, but
1
you said
wound
to
off.
remove it, yeah.
Well, you said
Yeah. I think
There
the
was-
other reason she didn't get a wound was because the other wound was
Yeah.
taken up by the thing that she was
By the
needing
thing,
to
yes.
announce.
okay. Just checking him.
Yeah.
That was me checking in of like the
Yeah.
meaning rather than.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, Ocklys. So number 5. Okay, so Ocklys, you feel the heaviness of treasure filling up in your gut and starting to go up. And for you, it's probably like gems and obols that you start to vomit out, tearing at your throat. And yeah, you feel it scratching and tearing at your throat. All right. Poor Ocklys. Okay.
She's probably in her defense, she's probably actually interested in what's going on. She loves vomit. Now she's vomiting. Probably is like,
Well,
an
this is the
interesting
worst.
experience.
This is not normal vomit.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Bad
right. never
vomit.
mind. That's a good point.
Eero, I believe.
Yeah, it's back around to my turn. So I've not really done magic before. What kind of check would he have had to do that spell, essentially? What would it be to rebound the spell on him?
Okay. Well, what are you trying to do? Like, are you trying to shoot it out? Essentially.
I'm trying to reverse it the best that I can. Is that possible to just take the spell, feed the energy back out through my hand and shove it into him?
Yeah, it would probably be. Ooh. I'm gonna guess.
I don't get a +5 to this part.
No, it's probably gonna be a fight.
Okay. Let's fucking see then. My fight is D8.
D8. Okay.
Mhm.
TN 15.
Okay. Okay. Well, I got a 5. I could. I don't think that there's anything I can do to get it, unless I'm going to use enough adversity tokens so that I do not take 2 wounds.
Okay.
Which is
You're
that
gonna
would
pop it up to
bring it
10.
11, right? Okay.
Yeah. 'Cause
Well,
you need to
popping it up to
not
5
have
Yeah,
5.
no, 11. You're right. Yep.
Okay.
So
I'm
how
gonna
many
use,
do you have right now?
I'm going to use
after-
6 adversity tokens.
Okay.
Because I was at 5, brought myself up to 11. I still take the damage and I'm not successful. Do I successfully expel it, or is it still inside of me at that point?
Unfortunately, it's one of those things where you probably expel it and miss.
Okay.
Is what it seems like to me.
That's completely fine. I think I try to like grab at his hand again after I see what he's done to Ocklys and just try to hold onto his
Yeah.
wrist and force it back into him. But the magic just kind of
Like
spills onto his hand or even goes back into his wand like, oh, thank you, yummy.
it sucks into his
Doesn't
hand.
work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how many adversity tokens do you have now?
I have 6 adversity tokens left.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Calvic, roll a d6.
Hell yeah. It's a 6 finally. Not
A
that I know what that
6.
is on my chart, but
So he is going to probably grab you, Eero. You try to, well, you said you grabbed him.
yeah.
Yeah, I took him by the hand, and it's very easy for him to pick it back up again.
So he's going to take you by the hand, probably like twist. There's a lot of hand holding happening right now. He's going
So
to
many
dig.
hands.
He's gonna dig his nails into your wrist so much that the wood splits. He's a powerful man. And he's gonna whip you around and touch your hand to Oculus's heart.
Oh
And
shit! No.
You start to feel
Ruh-roh.
you start to feel a aggression towards Oculus.
Oh,
Oh no!
Yeah. You are wanting to attack Oculus.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
All right,
Like right now, or on my next turn?
on your next turn.
Okay. Okay, cool. You know what I was just thinking the round before this? I was like, man, I feel like maybe we should give him lair actions or something because he hasn't been able to do anything and I want it to be cool.
Oh,
I no longer feel that way about it.
So did Eero still take a wound this round for that?
I took one
that
wound.
was the
You did take
crushing
a wound.
and gets this additional effect. Got it.
Yes.
Ruh-roh. Shaggy.
Maybe also just the anger in my heart wounds me because I don't even have a heart usually.
Maris.
Okay, as tempting as it is to just use more fire, she's trying to follow instructions too. She has studied alchemy and earth and stone transmutation, so she is going to, what she wants to do is reach down and grab a rock from under the snow, and she's also going to grab her shoe because it's made of leather. And she
Love
wants
this.
to try and change all of the leather that he's wearing into stone.
Okay.
Ooh.
So that should be a
Interesting.
charm for transmutation.
God, it makes me so happy you keep
Transfiguration.
taking these dice out of your pocket.
It helps. They roll better that way.
Okay.
It
If you want to
helps.
change his entire outfit, yes, go ahead. Charm of 15. Let's go.
13. Gosh. It's not going to hurt him at all. Is it?
No.
Like, I haven't done anything to hurt him though.
I think if we restrain him enough, we could just, one of us get a knife and just slit his throat.
I don't feel like he's splittable in his wonder magic dream lair.
No, I don't think he is either.
Harder than that.
Is it worth it to spend 2 to get him changed so that he's covered in stone? I don't know how strong he is.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can always take the wound.
No,
But we know-
We just graciously take the wound, you know?
I want to make it as easy as possible for everyone else to do more damage to him, so I'm gonna spend the 2. And
Okay.
every
Cool.
bit of leather on him should change to stone.
So the leather starts to harden and travel up his arms, up to this chest area, and down his pants. Probably
Weirdly,
the
his
braces.
crotch bulges a little bit because he has a leather insert for his penis.
Well, you said that he had like all this other stuff on him, like all the
And his
belts,
belts and everything. Yeah.
and
The belts, yep. He
and
does have the belts.
the belts, the jacket, probably like the
Yeah.
the casing, the holsters, all the holsters
Yeah.
for his stuff, all of it. She wants to turn all of it to stone.
All right.
Being laid down like a tarp in a garden.
He is. His clothes are turned to stone, and
He
his
is
robes
rock hard.
spent. Perfect. All right, Calvic.
All right, I would like to. I'm curious. So normally the ambrosia potion lets you just succeed on 3 checks. I am going to ask if it's possible that the ambrosia potion instead gives Kalvik the possibility of doing something he wouldn't normally be able to do. My goal is that we've already shown he can tear a fabric in reality of the wand to try to get something out. I think he wants to try to use that same type of magic, like essentially a grit style of magic, to... The whole point here is to try to eject his grandfather from the wand, to basically destroy his essence in the wand so that it can't wreak havoc anymore. I think he wants to try and start imposing his own will on whatever this spectral soul version is, and kind of start Tom Riddle style from Chamber of Secrets, start poking holes in just the reality that is his grandpa's soul as a way to help start to weaken it, to allow us to continue to overpower him and eventually get my soul back. He wants to start trying to tear him apart from the inside.
Okay.
In that same way.
Okay. I'm gonna say that's a really interesting idea. I will say I'm gonna work with you here. Let's do it, but we're not ripping out a void that's big enough to end the battle right now.
No, absolutely. I imagine this would, at the very least, be as many turns as I have ambrosia, if possible. Like, I need 3 turns to do it, and I maybe only have 3 turns to do it. Something along those lines. I do not want to end the fight in this round.
Okay. So what do you do for your first, like, ripping of your great-great-grandfather? Like, what is that?
I think because he is now much more restrained, he maybe feels as comfortable as you can be rushing Vic. I think he probably now tries to rush up, and in the same way that he was able to, like, tear a hole, he had to literally grab something and rip a hole. I think he tries to, I think he imagines, he's like seeing the Matrix to an extent when he has the ambrosia. I think he's literally going to try reaching into his grandpa's, I guess he can't get to his chest anymore because it's encased in stone, but I think he's going to try to, like, weirdly reach inside his grandpa's head. Like, I don't want him to try to rip his face in half, but, like, I think he needs to get up close and personal, or maybe he goes, like, Ultron and Vision style, where he just walks up and grabs his head and goes and tries to start messing with his brain or whatever his soul is made up of.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so you run up and you grab him by the head.
I grab him by the face. And I think as he does this, he probably says, "My soul is the least of what you have stolen from me, you bastard, and I am not going to let you steal anything else." And he starts...
And you start squeezing his head. And as you do so, the wind around you whips even harder. The snow starts to pick up. And things start to get very gray. But also, you kind of start to notice that the snow below you starts to melt a little bit. Things are...
I also just want to say I am very comfortable still rolling for this. I don't know if you feel the ambrosia is powerful enough to both let me do this and auto succeed. My thought was I could still have to try and roll the ambrosia is what's unlocking this ability to do it. I don't know, whatever you're comfortable with. I am comfortable rolling for it if you want.
Technically, the ambrosia is 3 automatic successes.
That's true. I don't want to abuse it and say I'm going to do a super stupid, uber powerful thing in one turn. So that's why I say I'm willing to, but if you're willing to give it to me, I'll take it. Don't get me wrong. But
I would love to give you wounds, Cal, but the rules are, that's why I'm trying to piece this a little bit smaller, right?
How about this? I am very comfortable not rolling for this time because he probably doesn't expect this to work. I don't think he knows what I just drank. He doesn't know what it can do, and he probably didn't think he needed to put up whatever mental barriers he had. He's been focusing on a lot of us. I am assuming that come my next turn, he is going to be very aware that I'm hoping that I will start to see a little bit of fear in his eyes after I do this, because I'm actually starting to do what he doesn't want me to do.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's go for it. Okay. So the world around you starts to kind of glimmer and tremble a little bit. The trees start to fall. The snow below your feet starts to melt. And you notice there's a little bit of a shatter in this reality. Okay. Niora.
Okay, I'm gonna try and build on what Cal's doing. I had an idea that I think is a really bad idea, but fuck it, Niora's never been one for doing good ideas.
Hell yeah.
What is it?
Just making sure in the legends, like, Vic died of age, yeah? He didn't just disappear. Vic died.
Vic died of old age, yes.
Yeah, cool, wonderful. As Calvic puts his hands at the front, Neora's going to... Has anyone ever seen the new Deadpool and Wolverine? Where Cassandra Nova puts a hand through the head.
Oh, yeah.
Neora's going to do that and is going to start to remind him very specifically of him being withered old in bed. And Neora's going to implant that's the only memory he can think of.
God. Okay.
Mind, magic, internal wounds.
Yeah.
Mind, magic, internal wounds.
Ah, shit. Give me a grit. Give me a grit of 17. Let's do this. Let's see if you can do it.
Yep. And I've exploded on both.
Thank God.
Dice tell stories. The
Dice tell stories.
And I exploded on the D8 again.
Hell yes.
Okay, so 8 was 2 8s. I'm better.
16.
Stressed. Thank you. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 plus
Jesus
2,
Christ.
30.
Okay.
Same team. Doesn't how high you get is just the magnitude of the spell.
Yes.
Usually when Maris has gotten like a 30, it has burned down like rooms.
Yeah, this is going to fuck
True.
Neo's brain up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Ooh, it's gonna be
But
bad.
it will definitely fuck up his mind too.
Right.
And that's the goal. Ultimately, this is his will keeping all this going. And his soul here. If
Mhm.
Neo can fuck up his will to his strength wane.
Isn't Neora's brain
Broken,
fragile?
yes.
Okay.
Oh man.
Yara has 2 thoughts with this. This can break him, and if this breaks him enough, Cal currently has ambrosia and is currently in like a weird magical thing where his will is reality. Cal might be able to fix it after. I have no founding for this. This is just Neora's thoughts.
Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, Neora, give me another grit check real quick, just to
Do I get my magic on this or just a grit check?
grit check straight.
Would I get my bonus of defending my own mind? Because that's one of...
No,
I'm
this
trained
is
in
too
them. Nope.
strong, my dear. I'm sorry.
Yep, that's going to be an 8.
Okay, so you put your hand through Cal's,
Yeah, Cassandra
not Cal,
Nova
sorry,
just
Cal.
like...
Vic's,
The fingers come out the
Right.
other side and kind of like wrap back round in on his mind.
and his eyes start to roll back in his head, and you see around you the trees that are not fallen, that are still standing, are starting to age. You can see the leaves starting to fall. You can see the bark starting to rot. You can see birds up in the sky falling, and you start to hear as well. Boop, 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 boop. Sorry. Above you. And Neora, you feel a sharp pain in your brain. All's well. Okay. We'll revisit that.
Yeah.
Occles.
How is the Garrix looking? Is the Garrix dying too? Like rapidly aging and about to fall from the sky?
The Garrix's fur is
Great,
starting
that's
to
not-
crumple and get brittle.
That's not traumatic at all.
Feathers
okay.
start to fall around you all.
Do I realize what's happening to Eero?
No, I mean, you see something very strange passing through Eero's face, but I don't know if you're like, oh, this is obviously like.
I think Eero is staggered and staring at the ground for a second.
Oh, that's normal. That's normal.
Yeah.
That's totally fine.
That's totally normal.
Eero spends a lot of time breathing heavily with his head between his knees, so this is pretty standard.
I think then, given the circumstances, I will once again look at Calvic and just be, and I will announce, "Ho! Looks like you are thinking about old things. You know what? I'm going to protect Calvic's mind again. Here I go." And I'm gonna attempt to just empower Calvic's mind even further, hopefully, and
Okay.
shield him from any
So-
soul.
Before
Mingling.
it was 17. Now it's going to be a 15. Grit check.
It's less? Oh,
It's
because
less
he's
because
We're winning.
you're all on top of him, and Maris
We're
is turned into
winning.
stone, and somebody has a hand through his brain, and
That
Okay.
Deadpool and Wolverine pull is very good.
I'm
it's a
really proud
grit
of that
check.
one.
What'd you
Sorry?
get?
As a grit check, right?
Yeah.
Shit. Okay. I got a 9, but I'm gonna use adversity tokens to just meet the DC. Which you said 15?
Do you need to use 6?
I have 9, so I'm good.
Cool. So you'll have 3
Okay.
left.
Yeah, so I'll have 3 left.
Okay. So you managed to so what are you trying to do? You're trying to
I want to ensure that if this guy attempts to do any last minute kind of like fight or flight situations where he's like, you're coming down, I'm taking you down with me, sonny boy. Like, I want to prevent that from happening. So I want to shield Calvic in his Kamehameha state.
okay. You're gonna harden his resolve.
Yes, I want to like shield his mind and
Okay.
like just make sure that he has an extra layer of security.
Okay.
So this
perfect.
is protection against retaliation, not help with necessarily what? Because I
Yes.
heard 2 things at the beginning, but you're saying you're
Yes.
trying to protect me.
It's
and
protecting from retaliation, yes.
Mechanically, Danny, do you feel this is a 1 turn? If I get reacted to this turn, I will get it, or is this the kind of DR that Ockley's got at the beginning of the next time I get slapped in my brain? I'm okay with either. I just want it clearly
I
defined
would like the
right now.
round. I'd initially thought it was a round, so yeah, I misunderstood, and that's my bad. But yeah,
I'm-
round would be good.
That's fine, and honestly, it makes sense because I think Ira's about to bitch slap me.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Yeah, now, great job, Ockley's. Calvic feels a mental wall start to come up and has a little bit of Oclus's flair, I'm sure. He feels, I'm sure
I
he
probably
knows it's
panic for a
you.
minute that it's
Oh, he
my
looks-
grandpa surrounding me, and then I realize it's full of.
Oh, there's just darkness coming out of Calvic's eyeballs. He looks
I'm
so
like, oh, I'm
cool.
okay. Never mind. This is Ocklus. We're good.
Okay. Eero.
Eero, beat her up.
Okay.
Eero, beat up your best
So
friend.
I'm going to describe something and then I'm going to have a question for Danny.
Okay.
But so with the rapid aging that is happening,
Probably, I will say real quick, the way, I just want to make sure that you know, so that way, well, no, actually go ahead and do it. Say it first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I want to know what you're thinking first, and then I'll
Okay. Well, the first thing is mostly flavor. With this rapid aging happening and this level of, Eero's a very angry person. Eero has never really. I mean, he hated Nico, but in a very like that bitch. And Lazarus is the same way. This is the first time they felt that kind of cold, deep, dark, I want this person to die kind of hatred. And I think you've seen it once before with Toivo out during the Leviathan fight. He was like jogging along the grounds and he got like much taller and much larger and much more tree-like. And I think with this rapid aging that's happening around here, Eero has been getting taller. I think he's gonna grow to about your height, Ocklus.
Oh my gosh.
Fully tearing my cute little outfit, ripping apart the gloves that Lyle gave me, everything like that, kind of sees you. And then I have 2 things that I could do, I guess. And one of them is, I guess it's both a question for Lauren and for Danny.
Don't hold back. Don't
So-
hold back.
Fucking magic thing. Is that something I can just do to a person to weaken them, or does it have to be to something that they are currently casting? Because I'm either going to just try to drain her life force, or I'm going to try to go for her items.
Ooh, man.
But do remember, if you let me do it now, I get to do it to bad guys later as well.
I mean, you get to be all up close and personal to him, but
yeah.
draining life force sounds really cool.
That
is
sounds
the
pretty
thing.
badass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I take you by the face, I press my hard, like Eero's always had like a wooden face with the peeling bark, but it is sharp and crackling, and the angles are more like bark than they've ever been before. And I'm gonna try to Draining life force would also be a grit. Oh no, is this my no? This is the thing that I get a plus
because go ahead.
I'm curious what Ockley's reaction is. As Deanna's rolling, I want to know what Ockley's is doing.
I want to
in this
know what's
moment.
happening. I want to know what's happening.
You got
first.
tackled, grabbed, and have a face in your face.
I get tackled. I'm completely Ockley's is completely caught off guard. Did you roll it? You rolled it.
No, I didn't explode. I got
Okay.
a 14. I don't know what my target number was for that. Or if there's active opposition or anything.
I feel like this would be a combative
Grit v grit.
grit check, but
I'm completely caught off guard.
I was gonna
And
say,
I
I
feel
feel like
like
this
you
gets
need
treated
some-
as a fear or something.
yeah.
You didn't
I
know
was
you
like
were afraid of Eero
negatives.
turning against you until Eero turned against you.
I definitely
I think that would make the most sense. The mechanical after effect of this would be essentially the fear condition for a
so
round.
-5.
Well, I think it should
Minus
apply-
5 is crazy.
In this moment, I think it should apply right now, though,
Agreed.
because Eero is going for Oculus's throat, and it's a very quick, like what the fuck is happening right now, right? So, go ahead and roll, and add that minus, no D4 because you're not magically defending
Yeah, no,
yourself.
this is just
Yeah, let's see what happens. Whoa. Romantic.
Minus what?
Did we say 3? Because it's like the fear mechanic.
5 or minus what is it?
Fear is minus. It can be -1 or -3 depending on how frightened you are. I think.
Yeah, it's -1, 2, or 3 depending on the severity.
Okay.
Yeah.
How scary is this for you,
What do you
Oculus?
think, Oculus?
Well, I rolled a 10.
Okay.
So minus. I would say this is a big fear for Oculus, honestly.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't, like, I still don't have enough adversity tokens to beat that. So
I give her my adversity
no, you can't.
Oculus, no, you absolutely cannot.
It's a 7 to
Oculus,
14.
That's a 7 to 14.
You can't wound her. That's not how
Yes,
this.
you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, you can.
Well, it's an
Yes, you
11. Sorry,
can.
I'm sorry. It would have been an 11. I forgot my +1, but it doesn't matter.
So that was 8 to 14.
Yeah,
So.
it's still 8 to 14.
Yeah. So what happens in this moment? 2 wounds, correct?
Isn't Oakley's already at 2?
That
Do
would,
I kill her?
that'll kill Atlas.
Please. Yeah. Do you want?
Let's narrate, guys. What just happened
kill
here? She went over.
Eero, you tackle.
I would-
Go ahead.
You have 3 adversity tokens to bring this to a 1 wound situation, correct?
A what?
If you get to an 11 instead of an 8, no, it can be a 10, right? Because if you need to lose by less than 5, so if you spend 2 adversity tokens, or did we decide she can't spend adversity tokens,
She can't accept adversity tokens.
but
Yeah,
can
she
spend
can-
her
but she can
own,
spend
so
her
could
own.
She
spend
can
2
spend
of her
them,
remaining
yes.
3 to only take 10 to have rolled a 10 instead of an 8, and a 10 to a 14 would be a difference of less than 5, making
Yeah.
it 1 wound, making her unconscious but not dead.
Not
Yeah.
dead. Okay, cool.
You want to do that?
Oculus, do you want to
Oculus,
not die?
please.
I mean, I kind of want my soul to go in a jar and have to be resurrected later. I think that's really cool. But
Well, the bad guy's still up, so
Yeah, we still have a villain.
You can do that if you choose, but you got to choose. What do you want to do? Regardless, I will say it's not going to be easy to get Oculus back up. So the bad guy in the battle is irrelevant right now,
Mhm.
as to what is going on.
But Ackley's the only one who can use the soul jar. Or Eero, but Eero's currently
No.
trying to.
well, I think Eero will be able to use the soul jar.
I can't use magic, Oculus. I can
The
absorb
jar
other
is
people's-
magic.
Yeah, but that doesn't give you a body. You'll just be a soul. That's it. You'll be like a ghost. You're not resurrectable. It's not like we can just go back with the jar and bring you back to life after this session. It will be like Oculus is dead until next year sometime when we can get the things together to save her. Like, it's not we'll resurrect her when we're done with this. This is Iro kills you. And you probably go back to Hades, for fuck's sake. You go back to Hades and get immediately arrested.
I would actually argue Iro is absorbing a life essence right now. I think the soul would go into Iro if this.
Which would be worse. That'd be so much worse.
I'm just saying, same team. That feels like the situation here. Iro has hulked out and is doing what Iro does as a bad omen and absorbing a shit ton of magic.
Oh my fucking god, Josh!
I don't feel like this is my call to make. I feel like this is Danny's call because I am biased and
Your call is whether or not you're choosing to expend adversity tokens.
Yeah,
That's the call.
and that is your call in the end.
Oh, well, yeah, why wouldn't I?
Agreed. All of us were asking that question to ourselves.
I mean, I kind of think it would be narratively interesting, but I feel like if I had, it would be kind of hollow if I didn't. So
Yeah.
Okay. -2 adversity tokens from your pot, Ockleys.
Fucking incredible.
I feel like I'm going to narrate this as Iro is holding. How is Iro holding, or how is Iro taking this life force out of Ockleys?
Well, either grabbing you by the face or probably by the face, just jamming my face against yours. It's the closest we've ever been to each other. And just not like a Dementor thing, but a similar kind of thing occurs.
And essentially what's going on between you right now, and it's very intense. I don't even know if anyone really else notices, because everyone else is
everyone's so focused over there.
Ocklis, her face goes stiff and her eyes are fluttering. She is on the verge of death as you are sucking in this life, sucking it in, and just you want to keep eating it. You want to keep eating it. It's just like Vic's hunger, ravenous, fathomless. You cannot get enough until you come to yourself.
I feel like Ockleys, just as she's about to die with those adversity tokens, she just kind of like very feebly
thank you.
Comes up and puts a hand on Iro's face right before she goes unconscious.
She goes limp in your hands, and that touch is what brings you back, Iro, to the reality, to present.
Iro freaks out, but that's the end of his turn, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Maris.
Oh. Okay, so currently, Ockleys is on the ground with Iro on top of her, very close to Vic.
Well, yeah, they're all very close to Vic, but yes.
And Cal has his hands on Vic's head, and Yura has her hand
It looks like Cal is kissing his grandpa. It looks like Iro is kissing Ockleys, and Niora is fucking Vic's head.
Yeah.
Finger banging.
Is that helpful? Is finger banging his brain? Is this?
It's like in from this side, the fingers twist in a way they should not be able to twist and go bloop back round into his mind. It looks deeply fucked up.
Maris really wanted to do something to him, but with everyone so close and two of her friends on or in him, she can't take that risk. That is her fear, is hurting her friends. She can't do that.
Could you whistle in a wolf?
I mean, it's probably pretty clear Iro is being aggressive.
I think the shift between possession and not possessed is very stark, and you can see what happened and when it ended. Is that
fair enough,
Headmaster?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a complete change in features, really. Yeah.
And Maris doesn't really know a whole lot of no, she has some healing.
I will say, Maris, you are a wolf right now.
She does not have healing potions.
Bite him. Fucking bite him. Bite him in the dick.
I mean, yeah, she's going to. I think that's what she's going to do. Is she's going to go for exposed skin, maybe his hand, something that's not covered by leather.
Yeah.
And she'll probably start by letting out a really loud howl.
Hell yes.
That lets the king know where exactly they are and what they're up to.
Hi.
But she wants to physically attack exposed
His
parts
hand?
of it. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a fight check.
So he is
Of
stuck. He can't move.
I'm looking at my TNs right now. 10.
Oh gosh. Okay.
A lot lower than it would have been.
See if I can explode. 7, 8. Nope, that's an 8.
I can give you an adversity token if you've got one.
I can give you one. I guess
You know what?
We're holding him still. We can just
I will
hold
take-
his head and lock.
I will take those
Alright.
2 adversity tokens.
Nira, that's your last one.
Yep. No,
Ooh.
actually, it's not because I failed earlier.
Oh, you
I
you failed?
Yep.
Okay.
I have 4 left.
Okay. Maris, you chomp down on his hand and you hear the crunching of bone and your jaw fills with blood and it's quite tasty.
Nice.
She's a little concerned that she likes it as much as she does, but yeah, she'll munch.
Yeah, crunch down on those bones. You are tearing into it. Great job. Calvic.
So Cal's going to continue trying to rip his grandpa a new one and essentially sever him from the power of this wand in an attempt to oust him, but in a way so he can also grab his soul. And I think it feels funny to continue this thought this far away from Calvic's last turn, but because this is all kind of happening, I feel like it's very quickly after what he said his last turn, which was that you stole, like, my soul is the least of the things you've stolen from me. I'm not going to let you steal anything else from me. And I think he continues and says, you've already taken sisters from me who I could actually be friends with, who I could be a sibling to, a brother to. Instead, you've replaced it with competition to the point that we fucking hate one another. You stole a mom and a dad from me who actually gave a shit what I wanted and replaced it with unrealistic, shitty expectations. And that's when he tries to, again, I don't know, shove his fingers further in, throw another pulse of himself to separate his grandpa from the power of the wand.
And the world around you sways. It's almost like an earthquake is occurring. The snow below you completely starts to melt off and run down that mountain. And you hear another cry above you. As the creature above starts to kind of wither with the world. The trees are falling completely. The sky, if you look up, you hear a loud crack as you start to see a fissure in the sky. Clouds are starting to fall, but there is a crack in that sky. All right. Is that it? Yep.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Neora.
Okay. So, what Neora wants to do is extend her other hand out to Calvic and kind of telepathically communicate with Calvic an idea that might break the loop, like break his hold, if that's possible. So I assume a charm check for like a mental projection.
Okay.
Is that
Charm
allowed?
check. Yeah, you're just trying to talk to him mentally.
Yeah.
Okay. But that would probably be grit, wouldn't it?
I'm happy if it's big grit. I don't mind either way. I just thought charm for communication. I'm happy with either. I'm okay at both.
Let's go grit for telepathically talking, I think.
I think it would also work because the goal is basically Neora and Cal still tag teaming Great Grandpa Vic, like psionically. So I think it'd kind of work with grit.
Okay.
think that works.
Go ahead and give me a grit of 10.
Okay, that's going to be a 11.
You got it. What do you say?
So, Cal, you can make what you want real here. Let's have him lose the fight against the wolf. Let's erase that memory. He never had this wand. He was never Vic.
I think you get a mental nod of acknowledgement.
Yep. Neura's not saying you have to do it, just more implanting an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And also basically fortifying her mind to work with yours in this pushing mental dominance.
Cool. All right. Hero. Sorry, Ocles.
I'll get to you in a minute.
Okay.
You're good. I'm good.
Neura's busy being a supervillain.
The way that Eero's power works is that they can take something into themselves and they can put it back out. Can I try to push Ocles' life essence back into her now that it's in my body?
What happens if you fail?
I was about to say I'm actually more
that's-
excited to see what happens if
I
she
think that'd be
fails.
very cool, but I think it would kill her if you fail.
That's rough, yeah, because it's like shoving it into a tiny hole, and if anything gets loose, that's a little bit more of. Right now, it's safe inside you. If you try to put it back in and you fail, you would lose some of it, if not all of it. Spence.
Well, okay, same team. I do think that it's a higher. I think this is less risk, less reward because you didn't drain all. Like she's not dead. You didn't take her soul into you.
Yeah.
You just drained enough to make her unconscious. I think it's interesting if you try to push that back in to bring her back. Essentially,
Yeah, like, is it
doing the
magnetic?
healing, but there is a. I do like the idea that there is a higher likelihood of something going more wrong if you miss, but I don't think it's like I would hope that you wouldn't just like murder her if you missed doing this, but it's interesting. This sounds interesting though.
How
So let's-
practiced is Eero in this new magical talent?
What?
How
Well,
practiced is Zero?
Zero.
I have mastery on the absorbing part and not on the shooting back part. Yeah, it's probably safer to keep it in me. And it looks like, from what Eero is seeing of everything and what Deanna is understanding, it seems like by Calvic's next turn, like it doesn't look like Big Daddy Vic is going to burst out of this and kill Ocles.
You would probably be better off doing something about Ocles than not. Because even though he is quite occupied, one more hit to Ocles will kill her.
Okay.
I'm just being transparent.
No,
She's
I
right
know that's the case. I was seeing if that was a risk that was still on the table or if he's busy getting finger blasted. Okay.
Yeah.
Where is the Garynx right now? He's flying overhead, right?
Yes. Above you, withering, aging.
Would
I think it has to die.
Okay. This is too many things to do in one turn. I'm going to tell you what I want to do, and then you can tell me what I'm able to do.
Okay.
I would love to call the Garynx to me, get me an Ocles on him, and then try to suck the aging magic out of him. That's like 3 things is the problem.
Yeah, I think you could probably call the Garynx and get on him, and that would be a turn. But unfortunately, I don't
Do I feel like he has more than a round left of being alive?
No.
I think beating Vic kills the Garynx.
He's part of the world, I will say that. And he is withering with the world.
We got the chicken vulture out of there.
It's
with a
his
void.
heart that's keeping Vic alive as well. I think they're intrinsically tied.
Okay,
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to say.
I get it. I'm gonna. What kind of check would it be to call this thing down and get me an Ocles on it?
Probably a charm check. A charm.
Love that.
It's really sweet of you to whisper sweet nothings in the Garynx's ear as it passes away into eternity.
A charm of 10.
Charm of 8. Let's go 8.
Cool. I can only do that if I explode twice. So
Try it. How much
Sometimes-
adversity tokens do you have?
I did explode once.
Here we go.
I got 5.
Heart of the cards.
And then I have 6 adversity tokens left, so I am gonna get an 8. And I'm gonna call that thing down.
See? There you go. All you had to do is try. It comes down.
Fuck you. Fuck you. I get Achilles on the back of this dying animal.
The Garynx, yeah, it lands, the earth shakes, and you can see the ribs sticking out from the fur. You get Achilles on the back of this Garynx. You have to climb. I won't make you roll to climb. You climb up there.
Yeah. But I'm gonna try to. I'm about the same height as Achilles right now, so I'm gonna try to be behind her, keep her settled on it, kind of lace my fingers through hers and get her hand into the mane of this guy.
Okay.
So,
you can absolutely do that. All right. Maris, I will say, because you took, you wanted to call the king, this is the round that he shows up. You hear the distant sound of a howl as you see from a distance the large white wolf pounding towards you guys. And
this motherfucker does not get to KS me. Absolutely not.
No. He will, let's see, what is not covered by stone?
What part of him isn't covered in leathers?
His head and his hands.
His head and his hands.
Was he wearing fabric?
He wasn't wearing leather pants, I don't think.
It was just a long coat.
I do want to specify that one of his feet is bare.
Is bare. You are correct in that.
But it
doesn't have a leather or stone
his
boot.
Feet are
Take
covered
his foot.
In stones.
in stone.
In stone.
Although I don't know if the king of the werewolves gives a shit about stone.
No,
He might
this
not.
no, this massive wolf comes up to you guys and will not even really looking at any of you, just his eyes are on the prize. He's looking at this guy. And he will take his large jaws and clamp them onto one of the legs of Vic and will rip it off.
Hell
Blood splatters, gore, and this wolf flips it up in the air and swallows it. All right, Maris, your turn.
yeah.
Maris
Down the hatch, baby.
Is feeling inspired by this, and I would like to argue to roll brawn because she already has his hand in her mouth. She would like to rip and tear off his hand, and as much of his arm will come with it.
Oh, man. Okay, give me a 12 in brawn. Let's go.
That is exactly 12 on the dot. 10 plus
Oh,
2.
man. Maris, seeing this, you chomp down and you feel a wolf's power in you. Suddenly, you're like, oh, I'm capable of that? Hell yeah, let's go. You chomp down on this hand and you rip the hand straight off. The sinew is coming off. The wrist is like the veins in the wrist are dragging as you take that hand and you tear it off.
And she's going to do the dog thing where she just shakes the shit out of it.
More blood splatters everywhere.
Fucking
Everyone's
Christ.
covered. Calvic.
I think Cal, with one kind of last mental push, does his best to fully separate his grandpa from everything and probably tries to I don't think that he'll be fully ejected. I don't know. I'm just going to say what he was going to do. We'll deal with my soul in a second. I think as he kind of puts one more last mental push into this, as he's hopefully sensing that hopefully his grandpa can't survive this, because if he can, I'm terrified, says, your reign of tyranny is over here. And I hope, I hope it haunts your essence for the rest of your life, that it was me and my friends that did this to you. And then, because he still has a harpoon sticking out of his chest, he pulls his grandpa into a really tight embrace and spears him through the chest.
Oh my god.
I think he uses the last of his ambrosia to make a hole, like he uses his essence to essentially make a hole and break down the stone right where it's supposed to be, would have blocked the harpoon, and he just because it's not coming out of him, rams the harpoon through his grandpa as he gives him a nice big hug.
As you bring him in for an embrace, Vic will spit out, inches apart from you, "I made you."
No, I'm sure if you want to think of it that way, but no, I made me. I made despite you. Now, please stop talking.
And the world around you starts to break completely. The sky starts to fall. Vic takes a shuddering last breath, and Calvic, you can feel his heartbeat against your chest. You're so close. Slow. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. And stop. You feel his body deflate as his life leaves him. And as his life leaves him, everything suddenly stops. The sky stops falling, the snow stops melting, the trees stop falling, and the singular sound that echoes throughout this space is the glass of your soul jar as it falls off his belt and rolls and taps against your shoe.
Is there still a physical body hanging off of the harpoon that's inside my body? Because if so, he just shoves it off of himself.
Yes. I will say you can now shove that harpoon out of you.
Okay.
If you would like.
I don't know if he understands that immediately. I think probably as he kicks off his grandpa and it moves, he goes, "Oh! Okay."
Do you want me to get that for you then?
Yeah, be ready. Okay. And I think he grabs it himself and goes, 1, 2, and yanks it out.
I think Neo's hand just plugs the wound and starts to...
And I think probably as that healing is happening, he probably fell to one knee because that hurt so bad he probably almost passed out. But he probably sees that by his boot is his soul that he grabs with his left hand. It's probably where it's closest to. And I don't know, whatever his grandpa did, flicks it open with his thumb or with one hand. And I don't know if he has to snort it or if it
I think you drink it. It's like a potion, isn't it? Like a whole alchemy thing. It's kind of your deal.
Oh, sure. Yeah, if it looks like somewhat liquid, I think he'll probably wait until he's patched up. I don't know how long that type of healing takes, but I think once he's done, he'll stand up and chug his own potion, chug his own essence. So he has a soul again. That'd be pretty cool.
You start to chug the potion down your soul. And as you do so, the visuals, the mountain around you starts to fade, starts to melt away, just like the snow did below your feet. And you get the impression as you look around that your great-great-great-great-grandfather's magical essence has been drained from this wand. Calvic, you are now able to replace it with your magical essence. And what is the scenery that you imprint upon this space that you're standing in? What is the first space that you would like to create within this wand that's just truly and finally solely yours?
I think in reference to what he told his grandpa, or that he told Vic about everything he stole from him in regards to what his world could have been, I think Calvic has, especially as a kid, thought a lot about what his family could have been like if this legacy wasn't dragging them down into the dirt over and over again. And I think he always had a thought of what home could be like. And I think that the probably, I mean, if the entire world essentially ripped apart, I think I imagine this scene kind of just breaks down and all of us find ourselves in like a black void that starts to rebuild itself. So it's like we're still standing in the same place we were, but now we're standing in the hall of uh like his family's home, his family's hearth, his family's place. But there's, I think more than anything, that maybe in this moment he would fill it with the equivalent of NPCs. There'd be random people walking around, but I think there's just this very distinct, palpable feeling throughout the entire place of like just like safety and warmth, what it feels like to be in a safe space, like a home. And there's just, even though none of you, this is not your home, there is just a feeling of home in this place. And it is very vibrant and alive and just like happy. And so I think we find ourselves standing in essentially the middle of our, in Calvic's family dining room, but the way that he always wished it would be when he was a kid.
The imagery and the color of your home of your wishful home starts to fill into this space. And as it does so, I will say Eero and Aklis, who are laying on the Garynx, you feel, because you're on top of the Garynx, it gives a long, peaceful sigh as it lets go.
And I try to do something because we have 2 soul jars with us. Is his soul present here, or is this entirely a fabrication?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah! Do I have to roll for it, or is it just something that works?
I think the soul jar is something that automatically works, if I'm not mistaken. How is it designed?
It was designed for if any one of our party members died, their soul would automatically go into the jar. So
you can open up that jar and let the Garynx's soul go inside.
Ooh, it's a good thing that thing wasn't open when Vic died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, good.
Yeah, I think as this creature dissipates and some part of it floats into this jar and Aklis is still unconscious, do the effects of the aging spell dissipate and leave, or what is that just a thing that sticks around?
I think so, because that was go ahead, Calvic, I saw you.
Oh, well, my understanding what was happening with the aging was that Neora was convincing Vic that he was getting older because this was just a manifestation of Vic's soul. So Neora was trying to remind Vic, hey, you may think you're invincible here, but like in reality, you fucking died. And because Vic was directly linked with the Gaelics, forgot what it was called already.
The Garynx, yeah.
The Garynx, thank you, because it was directly linked to the Garynx because it's what gave people unnaturally long life. That's why it was also aging, because it was some sort of
Sick.
Yeah, because it was connected because of the heart.
So Eero's definitely not tall anymore then, if it doesn't affect Eero in it. Eero is kind of like shrunk down as this place dissipates back into being 5'3", but still has Aklis and has the soul jar, and Aklis, who's fully unconscious, looks like, I feel like you look like a Madame Tussauds wax figure. Like you just don't look, you don't look like you have any life in you at all, but I've got this soul jar, and Eero clearly is like wanting to go like, look, Aklis, I did it, but also she's like dead. And this is kind of be sitting there pretty overwhelmed and not able to really process anything else that's happening.
All right.
Do we still have Vargas's king with us?
He ended up fading with the imagery around you. Yeah. Calvic, you know that to return back, you have to go the same way the Gilly, unless you want to say the word. You can say the word too, but otherwise you'll have to go back the same way the Gilly Galoo did, and I'd like to know what you'd like to do.
If Calvic still thinks he has the power to rip a hole in the... I mean, I feel like that feels better than just yelling, "It's not banana hammock." whatever the code
Big
word
Newton was the one this
Big
time.
Newton. I think he probably wants to. I think almost in a way to prove to himself that he's not fighting anymore, that he's not fighting against it. He wants to try to, like, again, make a hole in reality to get everyone out.
You take your
Like
fingers
this is a
and
litmus test.
you go to part the space and to make a void, and it parts so easily for you. This is your world now, and you are able to split it effortlessly.
Shit.
Probably the most effortless thing that's felt.
Yeah.
That's been felt this whole night.
Okay, so I think it actually is over. No more Gramps.
Yeah.
Nora, could you?
Yeah, okay, yeah, sorry. And Nero just drops whatever the fuck they're doing and just sprints over to Ackley's.
Could you cast it through me? I've got her. Just
Okay,
like
if you
Should we go
funnel
home
it out
first?
and we'll funnel it together.
Should we go home first so that Conway can
Do we go
help?
home first? Or do it here just so safety? Let's do it. This is safe. Calvic, this is safe, yeah? Here is
Yeah,
safe.
I think so.
Cool, let's get Ackley's back. I think Ackley's will want to see that we did it.
Okay.
So
Mira,
Nero, you just let it out and I'll funnel it back in, yeah?
okay. Yeah.
They'll
Okay.
work together.
Yeah.
Don't know if you want us to roll for that or...
Both of you, yeah. Well, yeah, both roll a grit check.
Cool. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
10.
All right. I was wanting you guys to hit a 20. You guys did it. You go ahead and work together to funnel that life energy back into Ockley's.
Achilles, what does your life energy look like? I don't think it's like as bright, golden, and expensive looking as Vic's stuff was.
My life energy, it's probably like feathers, little black feathers and inky darkness, just kind of moving along like in a breezeless kind of situation where it kind of surrounds her and goes back into her. Kind of Pocahontas-y, but dark and evil.
Evil Pocahontas feathers.
Evil Pocahontas feathers.
Ockley's, you feel that life doesn't start to fill you up again. Your evil Pocahontas feathers. They brush up against you. They start to fill you up with life. And you come to.
I cough out a coin. One more coin that's still been lodged in my throat this entire time.
I think these are like legal tender in the real world.
What? Oh, hey guys. Hello?
Hello?
What happened?
We won.
We did it. Yeah, we did it.
Woo. I feel like I've been hit by a truck.
You
kind of were.
I mean, it was an Eero-shaped truck. It was pretty badass, I'm not gonna lie, but...
Eero, how are you feeling?
I think, is everybody feeling ready to go back out of the wand now?
Yeah.
Yeah. You okay?
Ocklys, you need some help? I'll give you a piggyback. You look kind of weak.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
I feel, this is,
Okay, yeah.
But before I get up, I'm gonna grab Eero and hug him.
Eero's fully crying, like the full, like, sticky sap all the way down his face. And she doesn't say anything, she just kind of, like, holds on to you for a while.
One of the NPCs in the house comes by with a couple tissues and offers them, like from behind Ocklys.
I grab them out of the air and I just sneeze loudly into the
Okay, just before we do go, one last thing. we're in a magical, weird reality thing. I'm getting a selfie. And then Yora drags you all in before, like, with the black hole behind.
I
Get
hold up
selfie of.
the jar with the Garing soul in it.
Oh, did you get? Oh, you got his soul.
I got
Oh.
Gary. Yeah.
Gary.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to do some checking in here to figure out if anything else we saw was. It begs the question if any of them were here, or if that's just what he remembered it being, and if they were all already dead anyway. I don't know. There's a lot of searching in this place I still have to potentially do, but
We can get to that.
We've got time.
yeah,
It's yours now.
apparently. There's a lot of room in here.
I'm gonna crawl up on Maris's back, and like my limbs are just gonna hang limply, and I'm gonna just fall asleep because I'm exhausted.
Deanna, I would like a request a drawing of that at some point.
Just
getting
imagine, you know, getting your life essence sucked out of you is the equivalent to not sleeping for like 4 days straight. There's a little hallucinations like, oh, every now and then, like, why are there mushrooms dancing over there? You know, like stuff, just like being awake for so long that you just hallucinate and.
So all of us, I think Cal gestures everyone out. He'll go out last so that he can, I guess, close the hole?
Yes.
Question mark?
Yeah.
You step out of the wand, each of you one by one, until Calvic is the last one that steps out. And
What the hell, Danny? What the fuck is this music?
you hear the pounding of a door. You hear shouting. You hear Master Conway, saying, "No, no, no, no!" And he's making his way, running across his room to try to slam his hands against the door. But it bursts open. And he takes a stance in between the ritual circle and the people filing into the room. Calvic, you know that your sister was present for Yule. She got word that there was your blood on the tower up top. She comes in, she strides in, wand in hand. Her nostrils are flared. She looks pissed. Behind her are your two other sisters. And behind them are your parents. You hear the tap, tap, tap of your father's cane as he walks. Of course, a gesture of power more than anything else. They look to you, standing bloody, messy, dirty in this ritual circle. And your father narrows his eyes towards you. And he lifts a hand and crooks a finger and beckons you towards him. As this happens, two other figures will enter the room. They will slip in quite quietly, but they're darkly dressed. It is Syndra and Lazarus. And they look on the defensive as well. They look like they're glaring at your family. They look like they maybe tried to prevent them from coming in. But they're here now as well. And Conway kind of takes that stance between you all and the visitors who have just come in the room, because he's been trying to ward them off. This is why he put this protection spell on. He didn't want anyone interrupting the ritual while you were in the wand. Now that everyone's in there, Vic will say, your father will say, "Son, this is the last time you disappoint me. Did I not set standards the last time you messed up?"
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. And Calvic leans down and picks up the wand. I like to imagine that the wand isn't actually gold anymore. It's probably turned a much nicer shade of what color did I have this turning? It turns a nicer shade of forest green. And so maybe it still has golden accents, but it is mostly a shade of forest green now as he picks it up and puts it in his holster. And he probably walks out of the ritual circle towards his family. He says, I don't know exactly what I did to disappoint this time other than being shot by our elder relative and sucked into his wand. But I'm okay. He's not, but I am.
The sisters behind your father, they look to each other and they're like quite surprised by what you say. And they're trying to kind of logic out, what does that mean? Like, what is he trying to imply? And your father finally gets a good look at the wand that you're holding and he recognizes it. And his whole body stiffens. And he narrows his eyes down at you and he says, this school has failed the Vic family one last time. You will come home with us. Your professor, and he looks to Master Conway, will face consequences if you do not. I will have his job. And you hear across the room Syndra's voice, very quietly. Cal, you don't have to do what he says if you don't want to.
We got your back.
I'm sorry, Dad. And Mom and you three, I suppose. I don't blame you for being mad, honestly. I'm kind of done with this. If you don't want me to be a stain on the Vic name anymore, fine. Do you want this? And he holds up the wand back. He says, do you want this back? I mean, can this be a symbolic thing? I don't, listen, you don't want me as part of this picture anymore. And frankly, I've been kind of done with this for a really long time.
Do you understand what this means? You cannot say no to us. There will be consequences. Your coven master will get fired. I will fire him myself. I will take this. And he reaches up to try to grab your wand. Does your wand react in any sort of way, Calvic?
I don't think he anticipates it doing so, but I can see that it would. I mean, it probably feels somewhat, if it's fully him now, I think it is probably inborn with it's inborn with a sense of defiance towards his dad.
And his hand will jump off the wand. It's like it shocked or burned him when he touched it. And as these threats are being thrown, Master Conway will step forward and put his hand on your shoulder, Calvic. And he will very quietly say to you in your ear, I will be fine. You need to make the decision that's best for you right now. You need to lead this situation.
I think he'll look at his dad and say, you don't get to try to make me the scapegoat for your shitty decisions. Don't put that on me. If you want to own that, if you would like to continue to go around and romp around and try to ruin people's lives because you're angry, if you'd like to throw a fit like that, Dad, and act like a child, I can't stop you. Because honestly, it doesn't matter what I do. I think you're going to do that anyways.
The only person acting like a child here is you. You are selfish. You are petty. You use money like it's just born from air. Where do you think we get our money? Where do you think we get our fame? Where do you think we get our prestige? It is made and it is preserved in our legacy in which you are stamping on.
A legacy of theft and corpses and lies. Can you tell me with a straight face that you can be proud of where that money comes from?
A legacy of victory.
It's not just about winning. My God, but I don't know. I honestly just feel bad. Like, you can't see past that. You've drank the Kool-Aid so deeply, and you've had to convince yourself so many times that this is the shit that makes the world go round. It's not. It's just not. And believe it or not, despite everything you think about me, we actually did just beat that stupid legacy.
You talk like you're a grown man, like you understand the world. But
Oh,
you know nothing of the world.
That might be true, but I understand this. I don't need to know any more about the world to understand that what you're talking about and what you're championing is just wrong.
If you do not go home with us, I don't want to see you ever again.
That might be the first thing you and I have agreed on in a really long time, Dad. And I think he takes a step backwards towards his coven again. He says, you I won't miss. The rest of you I might. Bye.
Does anyone say anything coven-wise?
I think Neora steps by Cal's side and just puts her hand on his shoulder. Cal's got a family. He never needed you.
Maris does the same, steps up and puts a hand on Cal, and just nods.
All right. The Vic family.
With Ockley on your back.
Yep.
I'm sorry, that's
Well, I just imagine Maris knowing Ockley would also be there for Calvic would probably take her
our
limp
hands
hand,
together.
Yeah, her limp hand with Maris's and just kind of like drape it along his shoulder or something.
Eero is looking to Syndra and to Lazarus and to see how they're responding to this.
They're evaluating the situation. They're watching. They're pretty much ready to step in if the family does something aggressive. But Syndra's eyes are on Calvic, and she's just watching him. Does Eero do anything, or is he mostly watching them?
Well, I feel like there's kind of a lot of people touching Calvic right now, and I don't think Eero's ever touched Calvic before, so this would be a weird time to start. But yeah, we'll still be standing there and just kind of keeping an eye on
Straightens up.
Okay. Your father gives you one last disgusted headshake, and he walks out of the room. And the sisters follow. And Susanna at the back of the line shakes her head at you one last time and spits at your feet.
Love you too, sis.
And they leave.
Damn.
Calvic does deflate a little bit when they leave. And he probably puts it, he like holsters his wand again and puts his hands on the hands that are touching him and goes, oh, thanks, guys.
I think Neo just hugs you immediately. The second you deflate a little, Neo just hug you. You okay?
Yeah. I think I'm better than I've been in a really long time.
Do you want to pick a better suffix for your name?
Or just drop it. You can be like Madonna.
I mean, Cal's a pretty good name.
I do kind of like Cal. I've been kind of doing my best to live without the Vic for a pretty long time, and I'm pretty sure my dad's going to have it officially removed from my birth certificate or whatever, so...
Cal it is.
Cal it is.
I don't have a surname, so, you know.
Oh, I'm joining the Cool Kids Club.
Wait, does that make me the only one with a surname in
Yeah.
the group?
Well, I have technically on my social security card, it says Eero of the Arbor, all one word.
Okay.
Which I imagine Eero had to get to join the school.
Yeah.
I don't have a social security card. I don't know how the... I'm not entirely sure. Do I have a social security card? And like, they look over at Conway.
Turns to Conway.
Probably not.
Okay.
And he will just be, he will look exhausted, but he will walk over, and you're all together, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he will just like throw his arms around the group of you.
You do have tenure, yeah?
I don't know, but I'm just glad you're all back.
Me too.
Glad you're okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
Ugh.
did you see that that weird
Bird.
talking bird and a square egg come out?
Yeah. What the fuck is that?
Um,
It's an extinct bird.
It's a gilly galoo.
Yeah.
Yeah, he points to his bed, where the Vic family was covering, probably standing in front of it, and there is a bald bird scratching and making a nest out of his pillow,
Sorry.
We'll buy you a new one.
and pops another square egg wet on top of the bed.
She's got like 5 already in it.
We'll buy you a new sheet.
apparently not going to be extinct very long.
That's a good thing.
Master Conway, are there scholarship programs I can apply to? Because I'm pretty sure my checks are about to start bouncing.
We can
I've
work
got
on
a fair
that.
bit of money saved up from my job.
But we
There
can
are
take care of
students
this.
here who are here without much money. We can apply for that and get you under that, if that's what you would like to do.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd have much more of a choice, but I don't necessarily want to leave. I also don't think I have a home anymore. Well, a house.
You
I have a
do.
home. I don't have a house.
Well,
We got a castle.
you can meet, I mean, you've got some kids here as well who have nowhere else to go back to for the summer, so
Yeah.
Wolverines.
I want to say real quick, I'm very proud of all of you.
Thanks, Dad. Master Conway.
Thanks, Dad. I'm not correcting yet.
I think somebody wants to talk to you, and he gestures his head towards Syndra, who...
Should we clear out?
You guys can stay here. I'll go with them, or you can head back to the room. I don't know. Something. I'll be along shortly, I'm sure.
Well, do you want to go take the room and we'll chill here and help Conway clean up a little?
Conway, are you okay if they all stay in your room for a moment?
It's not like my room hasn't been the hangout place for the last year, so sure. Just, you can
It's the best club in town.
have the room, the ritual's done. I will go out and get more alcohol.
I was going to suggest we clean... Okay, you go get...
Yeah.
Your hands are a bottle of vodka.
Bag.
I didn't use it.
Cal will go to their room with Syndra and question mark Lazarus if he's still there, and leave, I guess, them in Conway's room to help clean up and figure out what to do with the bird.
While when Calvic is heading out, Ira wants to just grab him for a quick second, just kind of first ever touch, like grab him by the sleeve and go.
Hey.
I wanted to say, no matter where you are or who you're with, you belong to yourself, and you always have.
Thanks,
I guess.
Hero.
Bye.
Did you say bye?
Yeah.
Okay, bye. Okay. I think Cal just nods. Says, thanks, I'll remember that. Bye. And goes to take Syndra and question mark Lazarus back to their room. Or to the hallway, wherever they want to talk.
Syndra, their room is probably a little ways away. So Syndra will lead you until she sees there's like an isolated hallway.
We can go to our dorm room. I think everyone else is staying in Conway, so we can go to our dorm room for a private conversation.
Okay. So you head towards across the hall.
Mm-hmm.
You open the door, and Syndra goes to follow you in, and she turns and she gives Lazarus a look. And he steps back and waits outside the room. And she follows you in and closes the door. And I think that's when finally her composure breaks a little.
Mm-hmm.
And you see her eyes well up with blood. And she starts to cry as she steps forward and she brings you into a hug.
Calvic is very surprised by this. Both the revelation that vampires cry blood and also that she's showing this much emotion at one time.
You hear her whisper, You idiot.
You know, I've been called a lot of things tonight. I'm okay. Are you? What?
I'm fine. I helped your coven master keep out anyone who might interrupt. And I'm
Thank you.
glad that your coven brought you back.
Yeah, I have them to thank for a lot. That's for sure. I get what I don't even know what happened after. I kind of got speared and then I thought I saw I don't know what. I kind of blacked out after that.
You were sucked into the wand. But the sight of you being speared by that harpoon was so grisly. It looked like you would I thought you had died.
I did too. I did too.
I didn't even get to give you my blood. And yet somehow you're still here.
Yeah, it's gonna sound too cheesy to say turns out I was all I really needed the whole time, but that kind of bypasses the part where the reason I was helpful is because I made drugs that helped me. But
That's your skill too, you know. And she
I
hits
know.
you. She like thwaps you a little bit with her hand on your shoulder.
I don't know. Just hey, it kind of thanks to you. I guess hey, you know what? You helped a lot. I don't think I could have made that potion unless you had helped me. So
I'm glad I
thanks.
could help you in that way.
Yeah,
I didn't think it was going to help you this much, but I'm glad.
me too. I mean, if you're still open to the whole blood thing, I'm not saying that's off the table. I'm just saying I maybe need it less for, like life safety reasons now, like I thought I needed it for.
Well, I wanted to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
In there, you said goodbye to your natural born family. And you talked to me so genuinely about how you felt like your life now and who you were didn't fit.
Yeah. I meant it. It feels good to have those chains off.
Are you still interested? Would you be interested in joining mine?
I think I might. Yeah, I think I might. I mean, it's going to be interesting to call Lazarus a brother. That might go interestingly, but
You must understand that if you do this, that in a way you will die. You will come back, but it will be different. Being a vampire is different, and it's not always about power. It's not always about mystery and beauty. Sometimes it does get rough.
there's a lot of things about living a life that like yours that was appealing to me like an hour ago. But now if this gift has the potential to help me wipe my great 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 grandfather's stain from this planet, if I can be given the time and the resources and the power to make that happen, regardless of how long it takes, I think just about anything will be worth that.
She nods slowly. She will reach over and take your hand in hers. And her hands are, as you know, quite cold.
Mhm.
A reminder of what it means to be a vampire. And she will say, vampire families, they operate a little differently. And a lot of people have negative opinions about thralls. Thralls are vampires made by lesser family members. And some thralls are made forcibly, and some thralls are made with their choice in mind. But I do want to let you know that no matter what people tell you, if you choose to be my thrall, I will teach you, and I will protect you. I will let no harm come to you, and I will not hurt you.
Thank you for those assurances. It's been a day of big decisions and big actions. I think I should probably think about this. We should talk again.
Lazarus and I are heading back home in a day. So if you are able to make your decision by then, meet us by the forest edge when the sun is completely down and the moon is high. She will bring you in for a hug before she turns and she leaves.
Thank you, Syndra.
Of course. Thank you. And she will leave.
I think he'll go maybe find, either we can skip ahead or he'll find everyone else and pitch in to whatever help they're giving Conway's room.
Yeah, I think that you've got a lot of things weighing on your mind, Calvic. You can help, you can pitch in and help for now. I think what we're going to do is skip to the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to let everybody have whatever conversations they want with you and let the day pass as needed. And then you are going to make your decision once you see the sun descending. And yeah, so let's see. You guys are going to recover by cleaning up Conway's room, by doing what you need to, by cleaning up the ritual space, by sleeping, by
contacting whatever magical entity takes care of what were extinct but now are not extinct animals to come pick up this very rare specimen.
Right. Maybe bring that particular vial to Toibo, and he will at least keep it until you can figure out what to do with it. And the night will pass, and it almost feels like a dream that you all are here, that you did what you did, and you're all back in the same space, in the same room.
I think Calvic probably left early in the morning. I think he had trouble sleeping after everything, but he doesn't feel as drained as he expected. And so he probably leaves early to go get breakfast and a bunch of stuff. I think he's going to try to use his family's credit card as long as he can until it gets bounced or whatever that level of currency is. So he gets a bunch of food and probably some stuff from the gift shop and whatever else and brings it all back for the next morning so that there's like a spread ready when everyone wakes up.
All right, everybody.
Someone's feeling productive?
Well, I couldn't quite find the right way to say, hey, thank you for helping me expel my evil, horrible grandpa and risking your lives and also helping me figure out more of who I am. So I figured I would just try breakfast food.
Breakfast works.
Is that anything?
It is.
I was
And
gonna say
breakfast
Mario.
drinks.
I was going to say Mario Tournament, but yeah, this works too.
We can do that as well. That sounds like a lot of good time. I will eventually beat you.
Good luck.
You got his coffee. You're gonna break Lyle's heart.
I know. Ironically enough, I actually ran into Lyle on the way down. I did have to break it to him there already.
Did he cry?
No, he took it. He took it in stride. Really,
He cried.
Thank you for the raid. Ticking time bob.
Oh,
Hello.
ticking time bomb! You're coming in at
Bob.
some.
Some very emotional moments.
Grandfather Vic, why are you following us into the room? Get out of
no.
here.
We ousted you.
Dead body is just, oh my god. Okay.
It's fine.
Just ignore him.
Have you?
Oh, you go ahead.
No, you cast anything yet?
No, honestly, I've been a little. When you shoot enough harpoons out of your wand, it's hard to shake some of that. I don't know. What should I do?
Well,
How about, here, let me try this. And he points a wand at. What does he do? I think he points a wand at Neora's tub. And how is Neora's like water basin already decorated?
It's wood. Lyle nicked it, so it's wood and it's got metal around it. And you always have a fair few flowers that she's put around the rim.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's nothing particularly spectacular, but Neora can use it to sleep and sit when she's depressed.
Okay, fair enough. I think Kelvic probably points a wand at the tub and attempts to transmute the kind of mildly shoddy looking wood that I think has been present since like our first year here, and tries to transmute that into like a solid ring of. Has Neora been? Is it clear to us what Neora's favorite precious like gem is?
No.
No. Okay. Kalvik is going to make a guess and is going to essentially transmute this into a. I think he wants to turn it into granite. Like he wants to turn it into something way more sturdy, like a more beautiful, like a very naturally looking, occurring like granite stone situation. So it's not just this shoddy wood anymore. And so he tries to cast that and to see what happens.
Right. Go ahead and roll a charm of 6.
23.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that'll do it.
You do it, and as you cast this spell, I feel like you instinctively brace after the spell, like, oh god, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, I do this and then quickly point my wand up in the air.
You point it up in the air, and nothing happens.
Okay, 1 for 1. We'll keep a tally
That's good
somewhere.
track. Yeah.
No, seriously, words are not enough. I mean, this was something that it's a bit above a personal vendetta, but this was a lot to ask of all of you. And all of you showed up in every way possible. So, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
What else does family do?
I guess normally I wouldn't know.
Well, now you're gonna learn. This is
Hey,
what
so close
family
now.
does.
So Sindra did talk to me, obviously.
We saw.
Yeah. I'm sure most of you can probably guess what she was talking to me about, because we've kind of all talked about it.
Yeah, I can guess.
I just figure it was fair to warn you all. I think They invited me to go home with them tonight.
New Yorker looks around the room. But you'd be gone.
Not forever.
We could have just got you back.
I know. I know,
Not
but
like just like from you leaving to your family, but also like literally.
just got back.
When you mean home, do you mean like on
Oh,
a
pissing off, Riley.
Riley emerges from the tub.
That was
It's all
weird. I'm
hysterical.
trying to see how long I can hold my breath now, trying to compete with Neora. And all of a sudden there was a ripple and now I'm in a stone tub.
No, sweet Riley. Not like that. I like back to their family's home, the Moreau home, to pursue their offer.
We
And
just established surnames suck.
I know. I get that. And by no means am I trying to make a right out of the shitty things that at least one of them has done to us.
Yeah, I know.
But my family has done some, I mean, clearly horrible, horrible things. And I feel like what I did with this wand is just a step in the right direction. The scourge that my family has continued to leave everywhere in their wake is abhorrent. But it's my family's mess. And if they're not going to take responsibility for it, somebody does. And I might choose not to take their name anymore, but it's still my family who's doing this. And without being part of that family, I lose a lot. And frankly, I don't care that most of it's gone. I hated most of it to begin with, but if I'm even going to have a chance at trying to undo so much of what my family has done, I'm going to need two things I do not have a lot of in the grand scope of things. I'm going to need resources, and I'm going to need time. And I think that this presents a unique opportunity to get exactly those two things. I just wanted to warn you all. I'm coming back, I promise. I can't stay away from my family too long, but...
Are you sure you want to jump from one shitty family into another that you don't really know much about?
Yeah,
other than Syndra's kind of cool and Lazarus fucking sucks?
Like, there's no way to know that they're not just as, like, I mean, not just as, you know.
What if it's just as bad, but you're stuck there forever?
With people who, like, you know, not to shit on Syndra, but, like, literally have a control over you you can't say no to.
I don't know if I go that far, but...
It's kind of what Avery said. I think Avery sucks, but...
Would I be able to, and you can absolutely say the answer is no. It's been a while since we've had that conversation. Is there any chance that Ira would have done some research on the Moreau or know anything more about what these fuckers get up to? Like, could I do some kind of brains check to be like, oh, actually, they host a series of orphanages for the poor children, or like, oh no, they murder people left, right, and center. Like, what at least is their public-facing brand?
I will say the vampire families are very secretive, but go ahead and give me a brains.
Okay.
Just roll.
10.
10? Okay. You know that the Moreau family is one of the top prominent vampire families. We know that. They're incredibly selective when it comes to bringing people in particular into their fold. And unlike the Petrovas, who are quite deep into chromatic government, you get the feel, or you've kind of read a little bit in that the Moreau family is more involved in vampire politics. They're not so much involved in chromatic politics, so that you're not going to see them in the same like sex that the Petrovas are.
Okay.
Yeah, they're a little bit more standoffish than some of the other vampire families as far as being involved.
Okay. Okay. But I don't necessarily, from the sources I have, I don't know the stances they're taking in vampire politics at all.
No, and you can't ascertain whether they're charitable or evil or, that sort of.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't you get Zindra's number and maybe learn a little bit more, or at least have time to be Cal?
Yeah, and I appreciate you all because you're bringing up valid points, and
I don't think we're changing your mind, are we?
I just don't think you need to rush.
I
I
hate
know.
to speak positively of Cal, but Cal has remained Cal the whole time he was with his first shitty ass family. I don't think the Moreaus have the power to make him not who he is.
Kalvik looks genuinely surprised that the only person coming to his proverbial aid is Eero right now, and he gets a little bit of a smile. And he says, listen, I know I don't always act like it, but I like to think I have an okay head on my shoulders. And I know you're not saying these things because you don't trust me. You're just trying to look out for family. And I promise to try to be smart about this. But I agree with Eero. If my family wasn't able to break me, I don't think there's much the Moreau family's going to be able to either. And I promise to you all, I will keep being me. And if I'm not, I have all of you to whip me back into shape.
You'll also be like a
I
little
will stake you.
with longer teeth.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Somehow even more attractive than I already am. It's going to be weird.
I bring out one of the little stop sign post-it notes that you gave me for Christmas.
He grabs it, signs it, hands it back.
I will make holy water.
Writes at the bottom, making bad attractiveness jokes about vampires, so we remember why we did this, and he hands it back.
I will make holy water in case you're a dick when you get back.
Fair is
More of a
fair.
dick.
Fair is fair. Mm-hmm.
How is Ockley's feeling?
Ockley's has been very quiet. The moment that Kalvik had mentioned, oh, don't worry, I'll be back, the fact that he is leaving, she is, that does not sit well with her for obvious reasons. And she is just very quiet, and she's just like in a dark corner, a little bit pushed back in the room, just kind of staring out from her little dark corner.
And like, not to be selfish, but you still kind of need to help me.
Yeah. I'm not. I promise I'm not going anywhere permanently. I will come back. I left a small handful of the. I mean, I gave you one, but I have a couple more of those mind magic potions tucked away. I'll make sure to leave them.
That's not what I mean, Cal.
I'm coming back to help you. I promise. I'm not going to abandon you. I owe you more than one. I owe you at least 4.
Make it 6.
6. I won't even try to back you down to 5. Make it 7 and we'll call it a deal.
Make it 7.
Listen, I don't need to do anything until tonight. Let's have a Mario Kart party. Mario Party tournament or Mario Kart tournament? Or a Mario tournament? Are we speed running Mario 64? Because I have not been practicing.
It's just the one I think you guys have the best chance on.
Okay. That is some strong ego from you, girl, but I'll take it.
I will beat you any video game you say.
Mm-hmm. Duck Hunt.
I've never heard of that before, but I will win.
I'm gonna got it. I will got it. We'll win this. I'm pretty sure you holding the controller is gonna short it out, so I'm ready to go.
You know,
Ocklys, are you? I mean, I know you're kind of sometimes quiet, but usually not this quiet.
No, I'm fine. It's okay. Just you can go. It's whatever.
No, I guess I'm going to. This might be silly. Calvic understands there's a lot of there's being things left unsaid here. I think Calvic probably looks around at everybody else, especially Eero, and is like,
you came back last time, yeah?
mm-hmm. Well, oh, shit. I forgot, and it's going to seem silly that I forgot this, but here, and he runs over to his bed, and I think just reaches under, or Maris's bed, and reaches under the pillow, and says, I found this in my pocket last night. And he goes and hands over a piece of parchment to Eero. I know, there's been a lot going on. I'm sorry this wasn't what I led with, but this showed up in my pocket.
There's been a lot happening. Eero death grips the parchment. I will look at this in a minute. And Eero's going to kind of be staring at Oclus's back while she says this next part, but like talking to the room at large. When I was 4 years old, my older brother, Toivo, who was the one who didn't let the elders kill me when I was a sapling, left the arbor to save it for wonderful reasons, but he was never going to come back again. And for more than a decade, I didn't see him, and I knew that I wasn't going to see him again. But then I came here, and I was glad that he left because he got to meet Conway and learn how to read. And I got to meet him so much happier than he would have been, Yep. Okay, that's all I had to say, so.
Thank you, as always, for your inspiring speeches, Eero. I will go get us more bacon, and then the tournament shall commence.
Yeah.
You all fill the rest of the day with video games, maybe movies, depending on how it goes, conversation, laughter, while also knowing the time inevitably slips through your fingers, no matter how much you try to make it stay. The sun makes its descent slowly in the sky and finally hides itself behind the horizon of trees in the distance. And Calvic, you know that the moon will be up soon, and the request, or the offer, stands. So, does anyone have anything else they want to say?
Can we see you off?
I think at least until the edge of the castle.
No, we're going further than that. You know we are.
It's fine by me, absolutely.
Do vampires send mail? Or
Do
are
you still
they
have a phone?
they don't consider themselves a part of the wider world, so they can't have cell service or an envelope or anything?
I promise to go to the nearest post office, even if they don't let me send mail the normal way.
Are you going to be allowed to vote?
It's a good question. These are all. Can you? How about this? Can you try to set? I'm going to send you mail when I can. Please come up with a list of other questions I should ask so that I can figure them out while I'm there.
Will do.
Unless you've already done that and it's in your back pocket right now.
You don't have to worry about that yet.
Okay, perfect, excellent. Thank you.
So, like, you can't eat sweets or bacon or drink alcohol or any of that anymore. What do we get you? There's, like, care packages.
I mean, I think I still can. I just do it for
I've never
pleasure instead
seen
of
Sindra.
necessity.
I've never seen Sindra eat anything.
Can you
Maybe
still bake?
listen, I'm here to break the mold, baby.
Yeah, like, will you still be able to bake? Is that still... Like, you won't be able to smell things the same. Like, things will be different.
Yeah, it's gonna be a change, that's for sure. I think I'll still be able to bake. I hope I will.
The baking weird blood things. Like,
I promise to not bake weird blood things into anything I'm gonna make for you guys. But it will be interesting to start using that as an ingredient.
no. That's weird.
He gets a smirk on his face when he says that. I think he's finishing packing up his stuff, and he grabs his broom and he grabs his, basically just like a rucksack, essentially.
Right.
You're not going around seeing you off. Come on, we're going.
Maris, did you want to say something real quick? I saw you start to. Okay.
She hasn't said a lot since this morning. She doesn't agree with his decision. But as he grabs his stuff, she'll go up to him and give him a hug.
I think he'll absolutely hug back, and he probably just says in her ear, "Thanks for letting me be your bunkmate again this year. It was fun."
Be safe. Don't
Promise.
be stupid.
I can promise one of those things, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna be me.
I hope so.
I think he gives her a slightly tighter squeeze and says, "Any more wolf potions under the bed?" And then he breaks the hug and says, "Off to the forest we go."
Yeah.
As you. What?
Is everyone following Calvin to the
Leora
forest?
definitely is.
Because I wanted to have a lone moment with Calvic.
There's probably plenty of time to do that during the day as well. So if you want to just inject,
Yeah, also, if Ackley's gestures to Neora, Neora will back the fuck off.
Because I either earlier in the day or the
Mhm.
the last person he sees.
sure. I mean, if Neora wants to be the main one who goes to see Cal off, I think he would probably, anyone who's not going, he'll give Neora a hug right before he's like gone, but he'll go and like see everyone. He probably is not going to hug Eero unless Eero initiates it, but we'll go and give Eero a crisp handshake.
I return the crisp handshake.
I look forward to the new insults that you come up with for me as I come back. This will be fun.
Excellent. I'll begin a number of racial slurs for werewolves.
He chuckles and like puts a hand jovially on Eero's shoulder. Please don't change.
Me too.
I think Calvic probably like almost timidly approaches Ocklys, who has not been saying much. Says, "Ocklys, I know hey, sorry if I'm... Just want to say bye, thank you. You took the brunt of just about everything last night. I'm glad you're okay. At least you look okay. Maybe I should have asked by this point, but..."
She is absolutely quiet and will not say anything in front of everyone else. But she will, if you go alone, she will stop you, like in a hallway somewhere.
Oh, wait, Ocklys, I think I forgot something in your room. Can you? I think he probably looks. He's like looking around. I'm sure there was also a time maybe throughout the day when Maris probably took Neora to go get something. Eero was doing something. So I have to imagine there was some time during the day that they probably found themselves in the dorm room alone. I'm happy to set the scene that way if that's okay with you.
That's fine with me as long as I am alone with Cal.
Yeah, I have a feeling Calvic maybe lost another round of Mario Kart Double Dash, and so Neora and Neora and Maris probably went to go get something, and I imagine Eero was maybe not even in the room at that point. I don't know if Eero plays video games, but maybe was looking into something else. So it's you and I just in the main thoroughfare area.
Ocklys is very quiet, of course, and a lot of moments of silence go by before she pulls out a little bottle and says, "You promised if you were going to die that I could keep your soul with me. And if you become a vampire, I'm pretty sure you won't have a soul, Kalvik. And I don't want to lose you."
I think Kalvik turns and is kind of surprised. He was probably mumbling to himself about why he was pissed New York kept winning. So this catches him very off guard. But I think he probably just gets a little grin and says, "Fair's fair. We should definitely do this to be safe. Honestly, I'd rather you have it than my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa, so."
I will take his soul if he will let me. And I will put it in a jar.
Can you take part of it? I guess because I don't know if he thinks.
I will say, I think the way to do this probably would be for Kalvik to take the jar with him and to send it back to Ocklys, I think. Unless you want to take half of it now and have him send half of it later. But
what is the difference?
Have him make a down payment on his soul.
The difference is that if he has to essentially die and come back to extract that soul. Like, he was in the wand essence. He was essentially a kind of, that was a weird situation, right? Mm-hmm. Like, he would have been dead if he did not come back with his soul out of that wand. That was a permadeath for Kalvik.
Okay, so this is just logistics.
Yeah, basically, okay. You are totally allowed, but I think it would make sense for Kalvik to take the jar with him and to send it back to you when that happens. Because right now...
Yeah, can you send me with a soul jar that will take my soul in if I die? Basically, I think Kalvik would say, "Fair's fair. I don't think I can give it now, but if you..."
I will very slowly, just kind of like, without looking at him, push the jar over to him. And I will let him take it.
Kalvik takes it very reverently and carefully packs it into his rucksack.
"Don't forget you promised." And you get the sense that when she does actually have it, it's going to be very special to her, and she is going to take it everywhere with her. And then as she hears the other coven mates kind of coming down the hall, some commotion as they approach, she very quietly and with a trembling voice says, "Please don't forget about me."
I imagine that Kalvik is, number one, surprised by this outshowing of emotions that he was not expecting from Ocklys specifically. And number two, I think he is trying to form a response as people walk back in, but understands Ocklys obviously did not want this exchange to happen in front of other people. And so I think that he lets it rest. And then if at the end, when he is saying goodbye to people, I think if Ocklys will accept a hug, I think as he hugs Ocklys, he just says, "I'm not going to call you dumb, but I could quite literally never forget about you. But for what it's worth, I promise." And he just gives her a nice big squeeze.
"Don't let them change you."
"I promise. No one can change me. I'm way too cool for that."
She kind of like purses her lips, trying not to laugh or smile. Like she is trying not to laugh.
I'm gonna miss you.
I hate you. I'm not going to miss you, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit at all. You need to leave now. Which is obviously not true.
And then he goes and gives a hug to Neora, because I think Neora was the person.
Neora's coming with.
Right. Oh, sure. Yeah, we can fast forward to that. So we'll.
Yes.
So I think they. Oh, I think probably. Yeah, we'll go. So he's, I think, gonna ride his broom down, I guess.
Okay. And it's just you and Neora, right? And is anyone else coming to view to send Cal off? Okay. Just making sure. So you approach the dark edge of the forest, and you see Syndra and Lazarus standing at the edge waiting. And when Syndra sees you coming, she gives her lips kind of twitch into a small smile. And she will nod to you. And Lazarus will look to you, Neora, and he will say, "She's not invited."
Before saying anything, Neora gets off a broom, just like 1 second to Calvic, stomps up to the other two. You, I still hate. You suck. Syndra.
Yes.
I love Neora so much.
Ever hurt him. I don't care how powerful your family is. I will come for you. You look after him.
I will take care of him, Neora.
No. More than that.
I will protect him. And I will not harm him, Neora.
And you bring him back to us. I will.
I promise.
She walked back over to Cal.
You just hear Lazarus mutter under his breath. He's like,
Middle finger up as she walks over.
"She'll be here soon. Come on."
Lazarus, I will devour your soul and I will string up your entrails upon the school like Baroque wreaths of doom.
No, I like to imagine a howler showed up that just opened up and started saying this. No, Cal, I think, as Neora walks back, says, "I don't think I've been on the receiving end of Neora love like that before. This is a big moment for
Shut up.
me. I'm gonna miss
Funny,
you."
I don't think I have either, says Lazarus as he walks forward.
You stay safe, yeah?
I promise. I'll stay safe and I'll come back. For you and everybody else. Because I owe you 7.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, Neora.
Wasn't like you'd walk off into the night without us.
Please take care of everyone while I'm gone. Don't let
You know-
Maris beat herself up too much.
I'll look after him.
Thank you. And please, even if you don't completely believe it yourself, please tell them I'm going to be okay. People listen to you.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be okay.
I know. Just crying 'cause I have a splitting headache.
Everyone,
Neora gives
forward.
Calvic a hug.
you're here, so you have to also get on a knee, Neora. So just get on a knee.
No.
Okay.
Go. Halvik
This-
will hug and then listen.
Um,
After Calvic does it, Neora going.
the twins will turn and descend down to a knee. Their faces are very serious as they bow their heads. And in the distance, you hear the crunching of snow as a carriage approaches, paw prints and wheels sounding. Through the gaps of the trees, you see 2 enormous black lions, and they are pulling a large ornate carriage that stops. And from the carriage steps, the presence of a tall woman emerges, and a cold breeze brushes against the back of your neck, Calvic and Neora. Black curling hair cascades down her back, and perched atop her head is an extravagant wide-brimmed hat, crafted from luxurious velvet and adorned with intricate lace and beading that clinks together as she steps down each step and gets to the bottom. The hat's brim is broad and dramatic, casting a shadow that enhances her gold, hypnotic eyes, the color of Syndra's and Lazarus's eyes as she sets them on you all. A flowing veil drapes gracefully from the hat, partially obscuring her visage and adding an air of mystery to her presence. The veil, ethereal and delicate, seems to flutter gently even in the still breeze, almost as if it's alive, with whispers of secrets long kept. Dressed in flowing robes of red and black, she comes towards you, with each step full of sophistication and authority. She is a living embodiment of the alluring yet extremely perilous nature of her kind. And suddenly, Kalvik and Nior, because you're there too, you get the feeling that you are in the presence of an extremely old, extremely powerful being. I keep saying, and Niora.
I'm so sorry for ruining that scene for you.
No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. Her fingers are adorned with striking metal, talon-like jewelry, each piece a work of art. As she reaches out, she approaches you, and she'll reach out and drag a nail down Syndra's cheek. The talons catch the light, creating an interplay of shadows that dance along her silk-clad form, and that nail, with very little effort, points up, and as she brings it up, Syndra stands. And then she'll do the same to Lazarus. And he stands. And Syndra will bow her head. She does not meet this monarch's eyes as she speaks. Monarch, this is the one that I've told you about. And through the veil, you see those golden eyes, Kalvik, land on you. She assesses you. She takes her time. And after a few long moments, because she has all the time in the world, she can take as much time as she needs. You see the curl of her lip come up into a bit of a smirk. And you see a flash of her teeth. 2 sets of fangs on top and bottom. Something you know that the twins do not have. And then she nods to you and takes that nail under your chin, Kalvik. And do you stand as she brings you up?
Mm-hmm.
And she will turn and head towards the carriage. Lazarus behind her, and Syndra situates herself in the middle so that she can take your hand gently behind her and lead you, still behind her, but towards the carriage.
I think Kalvik maybe steals a glance back at Niora and probably smiles and winks, and then follows the twins and the monarch to the carriage.
The carriage door shuts, and the lions are urged to turn around and venture deeper back into the forest until eventually, Niora, I assume you stand there and watch until that carriage, the sound and the sight disappear.
Yeah, I don't think the monarch ever looked at Niora, but Niora's eyes were just daggers glaring into the vampire.
Mm-hmm.
There's an important detail about this that I forgot to mention, because I keep seeing my big gutty here. Cal's had his bomb-ass ring that was carrying Axe's terrarium that was following behind him, so Axe is also there, just like...
Ooh!
You come back a goth.
Just acts of like wearing like leather pants.
He's still gonna be pink.
Hardcore now.
It's got a mohawk.
And that is where we end our session.
Holy shit.
Wow, damn.
For the audience that does not know, this is Josh's last session.
I'm gonna be
with
gone
us.
for a while.
A little while, yeah.
Again, hey, guess what? I'm having another baby. My wife's having another baby. So I will be gone for a hot second while I'm doing the whole dad of an infant thing, and will eventually find my way back, and we'll see what Calvic's doing around then.
We will. Great job, everybody. Darth Coakley. Oh! Hi, guys. Thank you for joining us tonight. Let's go ahead and go through our announcements. I'm going to change the music a little bit back to something a little more
fitting.
I think I'm just going to. All right. Thank you to everyone who joined us tonight. I believe we had a raid and quite a few followers tonight.
We did. Thank you for the follow from Grumpy Bear 7211. Thank you for the raid from Ticking Time Bob Gaming. A follow from the Cat's Meow Show. A follow from Serpentine Muse. And a follow from Darth Coakley. And I do want to point out that Darth Coakley also said, this is a killer show. So
we are pretty
thank
great.
you
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. And we got a hug emoji, which looks like Cthulhu hugging a heart and or eating a heart, from Ticking Time Bob Gaming as well.
I love that. Thank you guys. Oh, that's
thank
so
you guys so much.
Aw. All right, go ahead and if you can follow us on social media, and remember we do have a Discord. I would like to post this to the public and private. I wanted to post all of Cal's wand chart now that he will not need it anymore.
Yes.
And I will post also Vic's big moves, which were reflected directly off of those spells.
Big move.
Volatile.
Yes, Vic's big stick moves. It was great. I'm very proud of them. I think I got through most of them tonight.
There was a hot second where we were just not failing any checks. And then we failed a whole bunch of them in a row.
Yeah, and then someone nearly died.
I need to use my spells. They're so good. So I was like strong arming you guys. Come on, let me do something. Okay, that was great. Okay. If you enjoy our show, please consider supporting us with a sub or use that free Twitch Prime sub. And you can catch all of our shows on YouTube. Every episode posts to YouTube. We do have a Kids on Brooms playlist. So if you end up missing Calvic, you can always go back and relive by watching those beautiful episodes. And I believe Majestic Goose is on a break for now, right? Until January.
Yes, there may or may not be a meme of the month on Saturday. We're gonna see if we can pull the gang together.
Okay, well, keep an eye out for that then, and then just go check them out in general. I'm sure they also have videos on their Twitch as well, and also on YouTube. Yeah, so that's where Danny's from. It's amazing. I feel like we get to also like half claim you though, because you've been on this show for like a long time.
You've been here long enough. You're ours now. We're better.
I say we can like have custody, joint custody.
Wait, fight to the death. Have these friends fight those other friends. See how it goes.
I think we can just be friends. I don't know. But yes, please stick around, and we're gonna do a raid, and we will see you, I believe, next week before we go on our break. Yeah, so have a great night, guys.
We're gonna mope without Calvic for a little while.
I'm hoping to be able to be here in the chat, if nothing else. We'll see how it goes and how things go on. Thursday's the big day, so we'll see how things go. And but I'm hoping to be here in the chat at least to watch along and see what my lovely coven mates are doing while I'm gone.
Awesome. Yay! We're so excited for you. Okay.
Thanks.
Everything's gonna be great. Okay, yeah, stick around for a raid. Thank you all for the lovely compliments. And yes, this is a Kids on Brooms campaign. We are ringing this system.
I was gonna say we're putting our spin on Kids on Brooms. That's for sure, but
Oh,
in a
They
positive.
don't have initiative. They definitely don't have whatever the fuck Danny was doing with that whole combat encounter. That is entirely homebrewed.
We're stretching the bounds of the system for a longer form campaign, which I don't think is what Kids on Broom is meant for.
Kids on Broom's the famous like 2-shot campaign system that we've now gone for like 30+ episodes.
The world building is collaborative, and you'll see if you watch this episode, even the battling is collaborative, because we have to sit and be like, how would this work?
We released the original episode where we built this world, didn't we? Did we?
Yes.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
Oh.
That's on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Session
For those
zero,
new
yeah.
people who are here, if you want to see how this entire world was built, it was a hoot of a session where we all just built it from the ground up. It was so much fun. I highly recommend people go
I
back
have a
and watch
memory
that.
of Danny getting up to go to the bathroom, and while they were gone, we were like, what if we call this room School L'Académie de la Dame Sous-Marine? And
Yeah.
then Danny comes
And
back
then-
and goes, Are you sure?
And then we just refuse to let them change it.
I don't remember this, but I do remember Preston Walker also
That
being
was the
born
other thing.
sometime in that.
Preston Walker was
space of
awesome.
That was
time.
my favorite string
Yes.
of thoughts consecutively that created that gem of a human being. It was amazing.
Also, this show slowly but surely driving me insane, as in an English school, well, Welsh. Danny does the most American things I have ever heard of, and my mind just breaks on a weekly
that's
basis.
just what wizards are like.
No,
Wizards
no,
are
I
just
refuse to
American.
accept it's that fucking stupid.
All right, let's get ready to raid, and we see you guys later. Thank you.
Bye.